What if the very soil beneath your feet holds the whispers of betrayal, blood, and the shadow of a war that should have never been? What if I told you that every hero gets his scars, but the true villains wear the faces of the innocent? The Peninsular War wasn't just a clash of armies, it was a cacophony of treachery, where allegiances shifted faster than a rogue's dagger in the dark. Spain, a picturesque stage, yet behind every sunlit plaza lurked a conspiracy, darker than the night sky. In the heat of battle, men turned ghosts, their ambitions buried under the weight of muskets and madness. They charged, not for glory, but for secrets hidden in dusty manuscripts, for whispers of a treasure so powerful it could rewrite history itself. Imagine a world where a single letter could ignite a rebellion, where a forgotten map could lead to untold riches, or doom. Did you hear that? The rustle of parchment, perhaps the last testament of a soldier who learned too late. Knowledge is the sharpest weapon. As the French marched through the Iberian Peninsula, they believed they wielded the might of Napoleon, but beneath their polished boots lay a web of lies, spun tighter than a noose. Each battle a chess match, every general a pawn under the watchful eye of fate. The locals, those sun-scorched villagers, played their own game, hiding knives behind smiles, for they knew the ruins of their country could birth legends or tombs. Who would emerge victorious? The soldier with the strongest arm or the one with the cunning to strike first? In taverns, laughter mingled with the clinking of glasses, but beneath the revelry simmered a tension thick enough to cut with a sword. Every toast carried a double meaning. Every wink hid a vendetta. Spies flitted like shadows, slipping in and out, gathering scraps of information, jewels in a kingdom of dust. The stakes? Nothing less than survival, nothing less than a future that could either glow like the sun or extinguish like a candle in a storm. You think you know the players? The nobleman with a heart of stone, the peasant with nothing to lose, a woman cloaked in mystery who knows too much. Secrets bind them tighter than chains, and betrayal lurks in every corner. What's the price of loyalty in a world where tomorrow is promised to no one? In their minds, a reckoning brews, a storm that will drown the innocent and elevate the damned. So, tell me, when the dust settles, who will remain standing? What truths will be etched into the very fabric of history, and what will be lost, forever shrouded in the fog of war? As the armies clash and the blood spills, remember this, every story has multiple endings, and some are best left untold. But you, and only you, hold the key to the next chapter. Will you turn the page? Or will you let the secret sink into the abyss, forever haunting the whispers of those who dared to dream? The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the cobbled streets of Vienna, a haunting sound that whispered of both grandeur and decay. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, flickers of hope battling the encroaching darkness. I stood there, heart pounding, under the weight of uncertainty. The air was thick, almost suffocating, charged with unspoken fears. It felt as if every single soul was holding its breath, waiting. What were we waiting for? I couldn't tell. Around me, the world was teetering on the edge, a fragile glass structure ready to shatter. I remember the faces, those weary, haunted eyes that had seen too much, yet still flickered with a stubborn fire. There was Lucas, a soldier turned poet, his soul heavy with the weight of words left unsaid and battle scars unhealed. He wandered through life like a spectre, forever caught between the glory of his youthful dreams and the gritty reality of a war that loomed like a dark cloud. He had a laugh that could light up a room, but even that was tinged with bitterness now. Then there was Elena, with her fierce spirit and an iron will, yet her heart lay exposed, like a wound too raw to heal. She fought for her family's future, a barricade of strength against the tide of chaos that threatened to pull them under. The echoes of her father's warnings rang in her ears, prophecies of doom cloaked in the dense fog of the unknown. Fear not the shadows, he had said once, but how could she not? They stretched long and ominous, stretching seemingly forever into the night. Together, they embodied the pulse of Europe, a continent caught in a heartbeat of collective anxiety, a symphony of nations on the brink of catastrophe. Each day felt like a countdown, the tension coiling tighter and tighter until it felt as if the very air might snap in two. I remember the conversations that swept through the cafes like storm winds, desperate whispers mingling with the aroma of burned coffee. Did you hear? A man would lean in, eyes darting. The border has been closed. a woman would shiver, wrapping her shawl tighter around her shoulders, as if that threadbare fabric could shield her from the impending storm. And there, in that moment, I could feel it, the silent swell of dread in our throats. It was there, lurking just beneath the surface, gnawing at our resolve. The stories of old were resurfacing, tales of empires crumbling, of alliances forged and broken like brittle twigs. No one had to say it aloud, the fear was palpable, a collective heartbeat that thrummed with uncertainty. But amid this cacophony of anxiety, love flickered stubbornly. I could see it between Lucas and Elena, a bond forged in the fires of despair. They were an unspoken promise, a refuge from the looming shadows. Their hands would brush, a whisper of intimacy, but there was always the unyielding weight of what lay ahead, a chasm that threatened to swallow them whole. Each moment was a delicate balance between hope and sorrow, the past clinging like a ghost. I remember the night we gathered beneath the darkened sky, the stars like distant memories sparkling above us. We spoke of dreams, of a world beyond the clutches of war. Lucas recited his poetry, each line a plea for peace, each word a thread woven into the fabric of our shared humanity. But the stars did not twinkle in response, they watched in silence, witnesses to our plight, indifferent to our hopes. Then came the news, rumors of mobilization, of soldiers marching across borders like waves crashing against the shore. Fear rippled through our hearts, a tidal wave of uncertainty that threatened to drown us. Elena's gaze hardened. She was a warrior in her own right, her spirit aflame with determination. But even she felt the tremors beneath her feet, the ground shifting as the world spun closer to chaos. One fateful evening, as dusk settled over the city, the shadows grew longer. I remember the way the light faded, the last vestiges of day swallowed by the night. Fear wrapped around us like a vice. Lucas stood at the edge of the square, his heart a tempest, a cacophony of thoughts crashing against his resolve. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if the very question might summon the dark forces lurking in the corners of our lives. Elena stepped closer, her resolve palpable, but even she couldn't hide the tremor in her hands. "We fight," she said, fierce and unyielding. "Not just for ourselves, but for those who come after us." In that moment, I saw the fire in her eyes, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching shadows. But the weight of history pressed upon us, a relentless tide. The ghosts of our ancestors haunted the alleys, whispering tales of war and loss, of empires forged and kingdoms fallen. And somewhere, deep inside me, I wondered if we were destined to repeat their mistakes. As the first echoes of distant thunder rumbled through the air, I remembered the clocks tolling in the distance, a reminder that time, that eternal cruel mistress, was slipping away. The hour was nigh. We were caught in a web of fate, each moment a thread pulling taut. And so, there we stood, at the precipice of oblivion, hearts racing, breaths shallow, waiting for the storm to break. Would we find our way through the chaos, or would we be lost to the shadows that whispered promises of despair? It was a question that lingered, echoing through the night, a haunting refrain that would not let go. In that moment, the world felt as if it was holding its breath. The tension was unbearable, the silence a precursor to the inevitable crash. As I looked at Lucas and Elena, their hearts entangled in a dance of uncertainty, I understood, this was not just the geopolitical landscape of Europe pre-war, it was the landscape of our very souls, teetering on the brink of darkness, waiting for the dawn that might never come. The air crackled with tension, a silent promise of violence that echoed in the hearts of those who dared to dream. Paris was a city cloaked in shadows, drenched in the blood of the fallen and the whispered secrets of the ambitious. The night held its breath, the streets alive with murmurs, a symphony of fear and hope intertwining. I stood there, amidst the ghosts of the past, as the weight of destiny pressed down upon me like a thick fog, suffocating yet exhilarating. Napoleon Bonaparte, a name that hung in the air like a curse and a blessing, was a flickering candle in the dark, a beacon for the lost, a spectre for the damned. I remember the first time I saw him, striding through the streets, his cape billowing behind him like the wings of a raven in flight. He was magnetic, a force of nature, igniting a spark in the hearts of the disillusioned. But glancing into his eyes was like peering into a chasm, deep and unfathomable, where ambition and madness danced a twisted waltz. And then there was Josephine, his beloved, caught in the tempest of her own desires. She watched him with a mix of awe and dread, her heart a battlefield of conflicting loyalties. I remember the way she clutched her pearls, her fingers trembling as if trying to hold on to the fragments of a life that felt so precarious. Love, in her eyes, was a double-edged sword. It could lift her higher than the stars, or plunge her into the abyss of despair. She was the flame that warmed his soul, yet feared the very heat she radiated could consume them both. Meanwhile, there stood General Duroc, a loyal companion, wrestling with his own demons. His loyalty to Napoleon was unwavering, yet each campaign left a scar on his heart, a reminder of the lives lost, the dreams shattered in the pursuit of grandeur. He was the silent observer, the one who saw the cracks in the facade, contemplating whether the man he followed was a visionary or a tyrant waiting to emerge. I remember the faces, he often muttered, the faces of the men who believed in him. They followed him into battle, hoping for glory, only to find despair. The night deepened, the silence grew heavier, thickening the air. In that moment, as the clock struck midnight, I could feel the pulse of the city, a rhythmic thrum that echoed the heartbeats of its inhabitants. The past loomed large, the future a spectre waiting to reveal itself. Rumors swirled, Napoleon was plotting, the revolution a mere prologue to his ambitions. The streets buzzed, each whisper a thread weaving a tapestry of fate. Would he crown himself? Would the world tremble at his feet? The questions hung like smoke, curling into the corners of our minds, each unanswered thought igniting a quiet desperation. And then, the clash, oh, the sweet, terrifying clash of iron against iron. It reverberated through the alleyways, a symphony of chaos, as soldiers, fueled by fervor and fear, marched into twilight. Napoleon at the helm, his eyes alight with a fevered zeal, shouting orders like a prophet proclaiming the end of days. The air was electric, crackling with the promise of change, destiny unfolding with each thunderous step. But amidst the fervor, I felt the shadows creeping closer. Josephine, watching from a window, her heart caught between love and fear, tears glistening like raindrops on her cheeks. She understood the weight of ambition, how it could twist a man's soul, how it could turn love into a weapon, and passion into a prison. I remember the way he looked at me, she whispered into the night, as if I were the key to his kingdom and the shackles of his doom. Duroc, standing firm, felt the tremors of impending war beneath his feet. He could see the cracks forming, the ambition that glittered like gold but was tainted with the rust of despair. Is this the man we are to follow into oblivion? He asked himself, wrestling with loyalty and morality. Each decision bore the weight of 1,000 lives, and he could feel the spectre of guilt hovering over him, a ghost that would not let him rest. As the dawn approached, a fragile light began to bleed into the sky, illuminating the faces of those who dared to dream and those who were forced to bear the consequences. Napoleon's voice rang out like thunder, rallying his troops, igniting the fire of their shared ambition. "We are the architects of our fate," he roared, the fervor of his words wrapping around them like a shroud, both inspiring and terrifying. And yet, the truth loomed larger than life, a beast lurking just beyond the horizon. For every victory, there would be a price, a cost that would echo through the ages. Would love survive the storm of ambition? Would loyalty withstand the trials of war? Josephine, with her heart on her sleeve, feared that the man she adored might one day become the very tyrant they sought to escape. Duroc's heart hammered in his chest, torn between the man who had once shown him the glory of battle and the spectre of the monster he feared lay beneath. The sun began to rise, casting long shadows over the cobblestones, a foreboding reminder of the darkness that lingered, ready to swallow them whole. Napoleon, with ambition burning brighter than the sun itself, raised his sword, declaring a new order that would reshape the world. But in the depths of that moment, a cold realization crept in. I felt it, the tremor of history poised on the precipice, ready to plunge into the abyss of the unknown. The ambitions of one man could either ignite a revolution or unleash chaos that would consume all. The world was about to change, and I was merely a spectator, trapped in a web of dreams, fears, and desires, watching as the rise of a man became intertwined with the fates of those who dared to stand beside him. And in that heartbeat, as the first light broke the horizon, I knew this was only the beginning. The shadows would grow longer, the stakes higher, and the hearts of men would be tested in ways they could never foresee. The rise of Napoleon was a siren's call, beautiful and terrifying, and I was helplessly drawn into its embrace, caught in the tumult of ambition and desire as the world stood poised on the edge of destiny. The air in Madrid was thick, electric. A pulse raced through the cobblestones, each heartbeat echoing with whispers of betrayal. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, watching shadows twist like smoke against the flickering light of torches. The shadows belonged to men in uniforms, faces hardened with resolve, yet flickers of panic danced in their eyes, alive and wild, like flames threatening to consume the world around them. I remember the clamor of voices, rising and falling, a chorus of despair and determination. The people, unruly, restless, carried the weight of empires on their shoulders, their dreams teetering on the brink of madness. A woman cried out, her voice raw and unyielding, slicing through the tension. "No more kings. No more." Her hands trembled, fingers grasping at hope, but hope felt like a distant star, flickering just beyond reach. Then there was Felipe, a soldier caught in the storm. His heart beat as fiercely as the drums of war, yet within him lurked a deep, gnawing fear. He had once fought for glory, believing the Spanish Bourbons could lead them to a brighter tomorrow. But that promise lay shattered at his feet, like broken glass glinting in the dim light. "What have we become?" he whispered to himself, a question imbued with anguish. Would his blade, once a symbol of honor, now draw blood from his own brothers? He turned, eyes locking onto Maria, a woman whose spirit burned with the heat of 1,000 suns. She was no stranger to anguish, her family torn apart by the very forces he once revered. "Felipe!" She called, her voice a tempest of fury and tenderness, crashing against the walls of his doubt. "They steal our future while we cower in the shadows. Fight for something more than yourself." Her hands gripped his uniform, fingers digging into the fabric as if to pull him from the abyss. But the abyss was seductive, a gaping maw that promised safety in surrender. Felipe hesitated, a flicker of shame igniting within him. He wanted to believe in her fire, to feel the weight of his sword as a shield against the crushing tide of uncertainty. Yet, what if he failed? What if this was not a fight for freedom but a descent into chaos, a plunge into darkness? "I remember," he murmured, a haunting echo of memories, laughter, family dinners, love untainted by war. Maria's eyes softened, the fierceness melting into something more profound, more real. She understood the fear that gnawed at him, she felt it too. "We are not alone in this," she insisted, her voice rising against the clamor, a bell tolling for the lost. "If we fall together. Remember the dreams we spun beneath the stars? The laughter? The promise of better days? We can't let them drown us in silence." But the silence loomed, a specter, a ghost that hovered and watched, waiting for a slip, a falter. As night enveloped the city, it betrayed their dreams. The streets pulsed with unrest, the air charged with something volatile. I felt it in my bones, the tension tightening like a noose. The clock struck midnight, its echo a dirge for the old order. The Spanish Bourbons, once a symbol of hope, now mere shadows of their former glory. Felipe's heart raced, caught in a tempest of self-doubt and yearning. "What if we're chasing phantoms?" he whispered, yet the flicker of a flame ignited in Maria's gaze, a challenge. "What if those phantoms are all we have left?" And so they stood, two souls entwined in a moment heavy with unspoken truths. The city beyond them trembled, the weight of history pressing down upon their shoulders. As if the very stones beneath their feet held memories of conflict, of blood spilled and honor lost. The ghosts of their ancestors lingered, pleading for action, for courage. The crowd surged, a living entity, driven by desperation and hope, pulsing with the rhythm of defiance. I could feel it, the energy, charged, electric, like a storm ready to break. Voices rose higher, a cacophony that echoed through the air. "No more kings. No more chains." It became a mantra, a battle cry that threatened to shatter the night. Maria pulled Felipe closer, her breath warm against his cheek. "This is our moment. We can't let it slip away." Her words were a spark, kindling the embers of his resolve. He could see it, the possibility of change, shimmering just beyond the haze of fear. But doubt lingered, a shadow looming behind his heart, whispering that the world they fought for might never arrive. Every revolution begins with a single heartbeat, she said, her voice steady, yet laced with urgency. What will you choose to fight for, Felipe? Will you let this moment drown in silence? Or will you take a stand? The word settled in the hollow of his chest, deep, powerful, life-altering. Choices unfurled before him, limitless yet weighted. The air thickened, a palpable tension surrounding them, every heartbeat echoing the battle within. As they stood on the precipice of fate, time warped, each second stretching into eternity. In that moment, beneath the swirling chaos of revolution and pain, Felipe found clarity. He could no longer stand by as the world crumbled. The cries of the people filled his lungs, a symphony of anguish and hope. Maria's fierce belief ignited something primal in him. Together, he breathed, a vow etched in the fabric of the night. The drums of war thundered, a rhythm that quickened their pulse. As shadows danced like phantoms around them, the unknown loomed ahead, vulnerable, terrifying, and yet achingly beautiful. They stepped forward into the darkness, hand in hand, ready to carve their fate from the tumult of history. The world around them quaked, caught in the throes of chaos, but within their hearts, the promise of a new dawn began to flicker, fragile yet incandescent. And so the night deepened, the shadows churning with the weight of countless souls. The Spanish Bourbons had become ghosts of their past, now it was time for the living to write their story anew. As the city held its breath, the clock ticked ominously, counting down to an uncertain dawn. The street lay still, an eerie calm before the storm. It was the kind of quiet that crawled under your skin, wrapping around your heart like a vice. Shadows stretched and whispered along the cobblestones, catching the last flickers of daylight, a fragile ember flickering against an encroaching darkness. I remember the smell of smoke, acrid and bitter, mixing with the scent of sweat and anticipation, settling heavily in the air, a precursor to chaos. Alonso stood in the alley, breath hitching as he clutched the worn hilt of his father's sword, the metal cool against his palm, promising strength yet drowning him in doubt. The sun had begun to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and deep reds, an omen of what was to come. Somewhere, a dog barked, and in that moment, it felt as if the world itself held its breath. He could hear the distant rumble of voices, a tide of anger swelling, and he was caught in its grip, torn between loyalty and fear. Do you really think they'll come for us? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Teresa, his sister, stood beside him, eyes wide as if she could see the very fabric of fate unraveling before them. Her fingers trembled, brushing against her dress, frayed at the edges like her resolve. She was the brave one, the firebrand, yet even she felt the chill of uncertainty wrapping around her like a shroud. I remember the stories, he whispered, recalling the tales their mother had spun late into the night. Heroes, battles, lives lost and won. But this was no story. This was real, and the ink was still wet with blood. I remember the way the villagers talked of the French, invaders, tyrants. They won't stop until they've taken everything. The tension twisted like a barbed wire through his chest. He could see it, the shadows of soldiers moving, their boots drumming against the earth, a symphony of despair building rhythmically, inexorably. The clock tower's bell struck, a low, mournful sound that echoed through the narrow streets, each chime a reminder of the time they no longer had. Alonso, Teresa's voice broke through the thrum of his thoughts. We have to do something. We can't just wait here. Her determination was a beacon, a flicker of light against the encroaching dark, but even the brightest flame could be snuffed out. The thought coursed through him, igniting a fierce desire to protect but also a paralyzing fear that left him breathless. He thought of their father, of the way he had held them and promised that this land would be safe, that their home would be a place of laughter and love, not specters and shadows. What if, the words caught in his throat, choking him? What if they lost everything? What if he lost her? I remember the fear in his eyes, he murmured, the memory slipping like grains of sand through his fingers. When he spoke of the French. This isn't a fairy tale, Teresa. It's a nightmare. The weight of it settled like a stone in his gut. If they didn't act, they would be swept away in the tide of history, a mere footnote in a larger narrative of greed and conquest. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and suddenly the world around them erupted. Shadows became flesh, uniforms of blue and grey flashing against the dimming light. The soldiers emerged, faces obscured under the weight of their purpose, eyes hardened by the promise of violence. The air thickened, charged with tension, a current that crackled and sparked like a live wire. "Run," he shouted, instinct overpowering reason. Teresa's hand slipped from his grasp, fear written across her features as she stumbled back, eyes wide as saucers. It was a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that felt like an eternity. The soldiers moved with a grim determination, and the cries of men echoed in the distance, a cacophony of chaos that threatened to drown them. "Alonso," she cried, voice slicing through the din like a knife. "We can't leave them." She pointed to the heart of the crowd, where men and women stood defiant, clenching their fists against the tide of oppression. They were ordinary people, battered by the weight of their lives but unwilling to break. His heart wrenched, he could feel the pull of duty, the call to protect his sister, but the fire in her eyes mirrored something deeper, something primal. She wasn't just defending a cause, she was fighting for their home, their very existence. "We can't change this," he yelled, desperation tinging his voice. "We can't fight them alone." And then he saw it, the unyielding spirit in the faces around them. They were ready to stand. To fight. The fear that had gripped him began to melt away, replaced by a raw, visceral need to act. A revolution was brewing, and he could feel its heat, its pulse thrumming through the very ground beneath his feet. "I remember the tales of rebellion," he said, his voice stronger now, ignited by the fire in the air. "It takes just a spark." In that moment, he realized that hope could be as fierce as fear, that love could forge a weapon just as sharp. The soldiers surged forward, and chaos erupted, a storm of limbs and shouts, but somewhere in that maelstrom, Alonso found clarity. He grasped Teresa's hand, feeling the warmth of her resolve, the strength of their bond, and together they stepped into the fray. The night closed in around them, a thick cloak of uncertainty, but the call to arms rang louder than the beating of their hearts. The world was shifting, and it was up to them to stand at the edge of the abyss, to fight against the tide or become lost in the dark. As the first clash of steel rang out, a shiver traced down his spine, a foreshadowing of sacrifices yet to come. There was no turning back now. The Peninsular War was not merely a conflict, it was a tempest that would sweep them into its belly, leaving only echoes of who they once were. The deep, lacerating howl of the wind echoed through the empty streets of Madrid, a ghostly reminder of the life that once thrived there. I stood in the shadows of peeling stucco walls, the air thick with the acrid scent of smoke and something more sinister, fear. It curled around me like an unwelcome embrace. I could hear it, the distant sound of marching feet, the rhythmic beat of boots against cobblestones, each footfall a harbinger of doom. They were coming. The French. The invaders. I remember the day it began, how the sun hung low in the sky, casting long, sinister shadows. There was a weight in the air, a heaviness that pressed against my chest, and as I looked down at my brother, Matteo, his eyes wide and terrified, I felt my heart stutter. His small fingers trembled as they clutched the worn leather of my coat, a futile fortress against the chaos that swirled beyond our doorstep. "Is it true?" he whispered, his voice a fragile thing, barely rising above the wind's mournful song. "Are they really coming for us?" What could I say? I had read the whispers in the taverns, heard the hushed conversations of men with hollow eyes and weary souls. They spoke of Napoleon's ambition, of his relentless hunger for conquest. But to say the words aloud to Matteo felt like sealing his fate, like uttering an incantation that would bring the specter of war crashing into our already fractured lives. Instead, I knelt down, forcing a smile that felt foreign, as if borrowed from another life. "They're just tales, little brother. Just stories to frighten children." But deep inside, I knew that the truth was a ravenous beast, clawing its way closer, teeth bared and ready to devour. Across the street, in the shadow of a crumbling balcony, stood Clara, her gaze fixed on the horizon, where the sun bled into the earth. She was a firebrand, fierce and untamed, her spirit a wildfire that refused to be contained. I watched her, the way her body tensed, as if she could already sense the storm about to break, and I felt a pang of admiration mixed with dread. Her heart was a battlefield of its own, caught between loyalty to her family and an insatiable desire for freedom. Raphael, she called, her voice a clarion call that cut through the chaos in my mind. We need to talk about what happens next. But what could we possibly talk about that wouldn't be drowned out by the approaching tide of violence? I could see it in her eyes, the flicker of rebellion, the spark of courage that could very well lead her to ruin. My heart twisted at the thought. How could I let her go into the fray, knowing the price she might pay? Clara, I said, voice trembling, you can stay. You don't have to be a part of this. She turned to me, and for a moment, the world around us faded, leaving only the raw intensity of her gaze. And let you fight this war alone? I won't. You know I won't. I remembered the stories of heroes and legends, of knights charging into battle with their swords glinting in the sun. Yet here we were, mere mortals standing on the precipice of madness, our dreams of love and laughter overshadowed by the spectre of war. The clamor of the advancing army grew louder, a relentless tide that threatened to sweep us away. Each footfall echoed through the streets, a countdown to chaos. My pulse quickened, a wild drum in my ears. What would we do when they arrived? Would we cower in corners, or would we rise, defiant against the encroaching darkness? My memory swirled around me like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. I remembered simpler times, the laughter of children, the warmth of a shared meal, the glow of candlelight flickering against the walls. Those moments felt like a cruel joke now, a reminder of what we stood to lose. Raphael! Clara shouted again, snapping me back to the present, her voice laced with urgency. We need to gather the people. We need to prepare. Her words were a clarion call, a challenge that ignited something deep within me. I felt the fire begin to burn, a flicker of hope amidst despair. But the fear clung to my bones like a second skin, wrapping itself around my heart, squeezing until I thought I might suffocate. Do you think they'll listen? I asked, doubt clouding my voice. Clara stepped closer, her presence a spark in the encroaching darkness. They have to. If we don't stand together, we'll be crushed under the weight of this invasion. In that moment, I felt the weight of our world, the fragile lives we led, the families we loved, the dreams we had yet to fulfill. I thought of Matteo, his innocence hanging by a thread, and the thought of him in harm's way ignited a firestorm of resolve within me. I won't let them take us, Clara. Not without a fight, I replied, each word a promise forged in the crucible of fear and determination. The wind howled louder, almost as if the cosmos itself was warning us, reminding us of our fragile existence. I could sense the shadows creeping closer, the inevitability of imminent conflict hanging thick in the air. And as we stood together on the brink of chaos, hearts racing and breaths mingling with the chill of the approaching night, I realized this was no longer just about survival. It was about defiance, about lifting our voices against the clamor of boots and the oppressive weight of fate. Let's gather them, I said, my voice steadier now, filled with a resolve I hadn't known I possessed. Let's show them we're not afraid. But even as I said it, the clock was ticking, the shadows lengthening, and the chilling spectre of war loomed ever closer. Each passing second felt like a heartbeat echoing through the stillness, a reminder that we were running out of time. The French were coming, and we would either rise to meet them or be swallowed whole. And as the first distant cries of Vive l'Empereur shattered the silence, we took that first step into the unknown, together, against the storm. A single candle flickers defiantly in the darkness, its feeble flame casting shadows that dance like restless ghosts upon the crumbling walls. I can still hear the distant echo of boots marching in unison, the rhythm of oppression that thrums through the very ground beneath my feet. And in that moment, I remember what it means to be alive, what it means to be afraid. The streets of Madrid swirl with whispers, the air thick with the tension of anxious breaths and pounding hearts. They say hope blooms in the cracks of despair, they've never seen a flower grow from concrete, but here we are, living proof. In the heart of that restless night, Anna stands like a statue, her fists clenched at her sides. Fear grips her, yet defiance burns brighter in her chest. She watches her brother, Matteo, his brow furrowed with a mixture of determination and dread. He's always been the protector, the brave one, yet tonight he looks as lost as a child in a storm. I remember the nights we'd laugh under the stars, our dreams stretching far beyond our reality, unfurling like the tattered banners of our ancestors. Now, those dreams hang heavy in the air, tainted by the smell of smoke and fear. Do you think they'll come for us? Anna's voice trembles, delicate as glass, yet it carries the weight of 1,000 unspoken fears. She glances toward the shadows, as if expecting the very walls to spill forth the soldiers that haunt her nightmares. Matteo, caught between his sister's vulnerability and the harsh truth of their world, swallows hard. They already have, he replies, his voice a low rumble. It cuts through the silence like a blade, sharp and unforgiving. But they won't take us without a fight. I remember nights like this, filled with unshed tears and whispered promises. The flickering candlelight encapsulates the shifting emotions, hope and despair, courage and cowardice, each fighting for dominance in the hearts of those waiting for a spark. Anna turns to look at him, her dark eyes wide with fear, yet somehow glimmering with that resilient flicker of hope. She knows the cost of resistance. She's seen the faces of those who dared to defy, faces twisted in agony, eyes pleading for mercy that would never come. The city is a cauldron of tension. I can almost hear the heartbeat of Madrid, pounding beneath the surface, thrumming with the cries of those yearning for change. Every corner turn seems to whisper a warning, every step echoed by history's relentless march. The clock ticks, time hanging heavy in the air, each second a reminder of the inevitable confrontation looming in the shadows. Do you remember the stories of the old rebels? Anna asks suddenly, her voice breaking the silence, a fragile thread tethering her to the past. They fought for what they believed in, even when the world was against them. There's a wistful tone in her words, a longing for something grander, something beyond the confines of their grim reality. Matteo's eyes soften, the edges of his resolve blurring. Yes, but those heroes often fell. His gaze drifts to the window, where the moon hangs as a silent witness, indifferent to their turmoil. They fought and bled, but in the end, they became ghosts, just like the ones who haunt these very streets. The weight of his words lingers, heavy as a shroud, filling the spaces around them with an ominous chill. Yet even as despair cloaks them, the air crackles with something electric, a pulse of possibility that dares to defy the darkness. I can feel it, the tremor of anticipation mingling with fear, as the distant sound of shouting erupts in the night. It's not just noise, it's the cry of the oppressed rising up, a storm brewing on the horizon. There's a raw intensity to the voices, fearless and furious, igniting the embers of rebellion that lie dormant in the hearts of the people. Let's go, Anna whispers, her voice a fragile ember, sparking courage within Matteo's heart. We can't hide any longer. For a moment, time stands still. The world outside is a chaotic canvas of desperation and hope, colors bleeding into one another as people pour into the streets, their faces lit by the glow of rebellion. I remember when the world seemed so much simpler, filled with laughter and love, but tonight, it's painted with the hues of fight and fury. Matteo nods, the weight of his sister's resolve igniting a fire in his chest. Together, then. They clasp hands, the warmth of their bond a lifeline in the storm. As they step into the night, the air thickens with tension, and I'm swept along with them, caught in the tide of emotions. The streets are alive, a cacophony of heartbeats and shouts, the pulse of a city awakening from its slumber. Each voice joins the chorus, rising in defiance against the darkness that has seeped into their lives for far too long. But even as the tide of resistance surges, doubt slithers into the edges of their resolve. In the corners of their minds, the visions of the fallen linger like ghosts. What if their fight is futile? What if they become mere echoes in a history that remembers only the victors? I can feel that trepidation, gnawing at their courage, but the flame of rebellion refuses to die. The night is filled with shadows, memories entwined with hope, and as they march into the fray, their hearts are woven together by a common thread, a thread that binds them to every soul who has dared to dream, who has dared to resist. The Spanish uprising is not merely an event, it's a living entity, a beast awakened by the cries of the oppressed. And as they plunge deeper into the heart of the storm, I can feel the raw intensity of their emotions thrumming through the very air, electrifying my veins. The confrontation looms closer, the space between them and destiny narrowing. The flickering flames that illuminate their path cast ghostly shadows, and I realize, this is not just a fight for freedom, it's a fight for their very souls. And as the echo of their footsteps melds with the roar of the uprising, I understand one thing, this story doesn't end here. It spirals on, an unbroken chain of defiance woven through the fabric of time, where every heartbeat reverberates with the promise of a new dawn. The night hung heavy with an unsettling quiet, as if the air itself was holding its breath, suspended in a moment of dread. Moonlight spilled across the cobbled streets of Boston, illuminating shadows that danced with a life of their own. I stood there, pulse racing, feeling the unsettling pull of history. The echoes of whispers filled my ears, tales of rebellion and cries for freedom that had turned the very ground beneath us into a battleground. And then, there they were, the redcoats, marching in like restless phantoms, their boots striking the earth with a cold, unyielding rhythm. The sound was a grim reminder that they were not just soldiers, they were enforcers of a crown that was as distant as the stars above. Each gleaming button on their red coats reflected the moonlight, mocking the flickering hope that simmered in the hearts of the townsfolk. I felt it then, the weight of fear, the heady mixture of anger and dread building like a storm on the horizon. Thomas crouched beside me, his knuckles white as he gripped the edge of the wooden crate. A mere boy, really, but one who had stolen the fire of revolution from the mouths of men. His brown eyes flashed with defiance, but I could see the tremor in his hands, the quiver of his lips. "Are we really going to let them take our freedoms?" he whispered, voice barely rising above the heavy silence. There was desperation in his words, a yearning that cut through the air like a dagger. I wanted to tell him that it wasn't just about him or me, it was about everyone who had ever dared to dream of something greater than themselves. But the truth was, I was scared too. Across the street, the shadows shifted as Corporal James Weller stood in stark contrast to the chaos brewing just beyond his gaze. He was one of them, the enemy, and yet, I felt a strange kinship with him. He had a family back home in Yorkshire, a mother who stitched his uniforms and a sister who wrote letters filled with laughter. Each bullet he carried was a weight that pressed down on a heart that longed for peace, but here he was, a cog in a machinery of oppression. I could see the conflict churning within him, could sense how he fought against his orders, against the very essence of who he was. He was a man trapped between duty and humanity, and in that moment, I understood the monstrous toll of war. The sky trembled as the first shots rang out, shattering the stillness with a ferocity that sent shockwaves through my bones. The taste of gunpowder filled the air, sharp and bitter, mingling with the rancid scent of fear. Thomas's breaths quickened, and I felt his heart racing against mine, two drums beating in a world gone mad. "Stay low," I hissed, my voice barely a whisper, as if speaking any louder would summon the specter of violence that hung just beyond our sight. The chaos erupted around us, a cacophony of screams and shouts, men and women rushing to defend their very existence. I felt the heat of anger rising within me, a fire ignited by the injustice of it all, a yearning to break free from the chains of oppression. But with every step, with every echo of musket fire, I could feel the ground shifting beneath us, the very foundation of our fight crumbling. The redcoats advanced, a crimson tide that threatened to engulf us all. I caught a glimpse of Corporal Weller then, his face pale, eyes wide, as chaos enveloped him. He was not just a soldier, he was a man caught in a storm he never created. I saw as he hesitated, finger poised over the trigger, caught between following orders and the instinct to protect. It was a moment of clarity, an understanding that transcended uniforms and allegiances. We were all swept in the same current, two souls adrift amidst the flood of history. I remember the way the world slowed down, how time seemed to stretch infinitely as I watched him wrestle with his choices, the lines of his face etched with anguish. "You don't have to do this," I screamed, my own voice swallowed in the chaos, but I hoped he could hear me, that he could feel the weight of the words. The world was collapsing around us, but within that moment, there was a flicker of possibility, a chance for understanding, for connection, even amidst the madness. And then it happened, a flash of light, a terrible roar, and the ground beneath us buckled. I felt the shockwave, the earth trembling as bodies fell, cries muted in an instant. In that deafening silence that followed, I realized how fragile life was, how in an instant, the flickers of hope could be extinguished. Thomas's eyes met mine, and I knew we were changed forever, marked by the reality of what we had witnessed. "Look!" Thomas pointed, his voice breaking through the haze of shock, drawing my gaze back to the corporal. I could see him now, standing motionless, grappling with the weight of his rifle, the enormity of what lay before him. he was not just a soldier anymore, he was a symbol of the conflict, a mirror reflecting the turmoil within us all. I could see the pain etched in his brow, the silent plea for redemption. Then, the redcoat surged forward, a wave of red, and in that moment, fear and fury collided within me. I was no longer a bystander. I was a part of this, the rebellion, the fight against tyranny. My heart thundered in my chest as I made my choice, stepping into the storm, knowing that every action would ripple through time, changing us all forever. The world erupted around us, and I felt the adrenaline coursing through my veins, a mixture of terror and exhilaration. The confrontation was imminent, but it wasn't just about survival anymore, it was about standing up for what was right. In those fleeting seconds, we were no longer divided by lines drawn on maps or blood spilled in the past. We were united in the fight for freedom, the struggle for our voices against an oppressive silence. As the night swallowed us whole, I knew this was only the beginning. The echoes of our choices would resonate through the ages, a testament to the fire that burned within us all. The sun hung low, a molten orb dripping its last light across the parched earth. I remember feeling the heat ripple through the air, thick and heavy, as if the ground itself was holding its breath. The scent of sweat mixed with the metallic tang of fear, a cocktail that clawed at the back of my throat. The Battle of Balen was upon us, and the world felt suspended in a moment of dreadful anticipation. In the heart of the chaos stood Jose, a soldier whose hands had known the warmth of a loved one and the chill of death. I could see him, standing rigid, a statue of desperation with wide, darting eyes that reflected the blood-soaked ground beneath him. He clenched his jaw, the muscles twitching like a live wire, every heartbeat a countdown to the unknown. I remember the way he whispered her name, Isabel, like a prayer, a promise forged in the heat of battle. Would he return to her? Would she still recognize the man who left, now a battlefield wanderer, haunted by the specters of his comrades? Across from him, in the shadows cast by a shriveled olive tree, lurked Emilia. Her heart thudded against her ribcage, each beat a defiance against the encroaching despair. She wasn't just waiting, she was a storm, a tempest of emotion wrapped in a cloak of fear and fierce resolve. I remember how she brushed a lock of hair from her face, her fingers trembling, the memory of her mother's voice wrapping around her like a comforting blanket. Fight for what you love, Emilia, her mother had said. And now, what was she fighting for? A home that might vanish, a life that could be extinguished in a heartbeat. The air was electric, charged with the cries of men, the clanging of swords, and the distant rumble of thunder. I felt the weight of history pressing down, as if the cosmos itself watched, breath held, anticipating a shift. Each soldier was a heartbeat in a body of turmoil, and the ground beneath them quaked with the echoes of their hopes and fears. I remember, the phrase washed over me like a wave, a reminder of the lives that hung in the balance. A horn blared, raw and piercing, slicing through the tension like a knife. Jose's eyes snapped to the horizon, the enemy's banners unfurling like dark clouds against the fading light. He raised his sword, trembling, the metal glinting ominously as he prepared to charge. For Spain, he shouted, a voice torn between bravado and despair. It was a call to arms, but also a desperate plea to the heavens, a question hovering in the air. What price for freedom? Emilia's heart raced alongside the soldier's feet, thundering toward the inevitable clash. She saw Jose, saw the way he stood there, resolute and afraid, and her breath caught in her throat. Could she plunge into the fray, too? Her hand instinctively clutched the pendant around her neck, a gift from her mother, now a talisman of strength. I remember, the words faltered as she felt the weight of countless eyes upon her, a collective pulse of hope and fear that swirled in the air like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. Then the clash came, a violent symphony of metal and flesh, echoing through the valley like the wail of 1,000 souls. I remember the sound, the chaos, a cacophony of screams, the cries of men as they fell, the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Each moment was a heartbeat, each breath a check against the tide of despair. Jose plunged into the melee, his blade cutting through the air, a dancer in a grotesque ballet of death. I could see the shadows of his friends, their faces twisted in agony, and I felt the tears prick at my eyes. Was this what Valor looked like? Or was it merely the edge of madness? Emilia moved through the chaos, a spectre among the living, searching for Jose. She felt the heat of battle on her skin, the adrenaline pumping through her veins, but her heart ached, a relentless drumbeat of dread. "Where are you?" she whispered, a prayer swallowed by the wind. The battlefield was alive, alive with ghosts of the past, shadows of their dreams, and the promise of what might be lost forever. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a haunting twilight over the carnage, I remember the stillness that fell like a shroud. The battle raged on, but there was a moment, a fragile sliver of time, where everything paused. In that eerie silence, Jose and Emilia found each other's gaze. Their souls collided, an electric spark that ignited the air around them. For an instant, the war faded, it was just them, suspended in the fabric of reality, a love forged in the fires of conflict, yet ripe with the sweetness of longing. But the moment shattered. A cry, a desperate yell, and Jose was swept away, lost to the storm of bodies, and Emilia felt the universe tilt beneath her feet. "No!" It tore from her throat, a sound that echoed in the spaces between heartbeats, a sound that reverberated against the very fabric of time. She plunged into the chaos, seeking the man who had become her lifeline, her reason to fight, for love, for loss, for the memories that could slip through their fingers like sand. The battle raged on, a grim tapestry woven with threads of sacrifice and glory. I watched as the sun relinquished its hold on the day, a harbinger of the night to come. I felt every heartbeat, every breath, every cry of anguish and joy that pierced the air. This was the turning point for Spain, a moment when destinies were carved into history, and yet, in the midst of such chaos, the true battle raged within their hearts, a battle for hope, for dreams, for the promise of a future that hung in the balance. And as the dust settled, as the shadows lengthened and the stars began to blink into existence, I knew it was not the end. No, this was merely the beginning, the pulse of history that would echo through the ages, a reminder that love and war are woven together in a tapestry of heartbreak and resilience. In the stillness, I felt it, a promise yet to be fulfilled, a love that would outlast the darkness, a heartbeat that would thrum through the annals of time. The echoes of shouts and the clamor of boots on cobblestone flared like a wildfire, each footfall a heartbeat in the throbbing chaos of the square. I stood frozen, the bitter wind biting at my skin, clutching my tattered coat around me as if it could shield me from the storm of uncertainty unfolding before my eyes. A crowd surged forward, faces shadowed, eyes wild, a tidal wave of fervor and fear, a collective breath held, teetering on the edge of something monumental. They were more than just people. They were a raging tempest of hope and desperation, and the air tasted electric, heavy with the weight of history yet to be written. And there, standing at the fore, were the two figures who haunted my dreams, Miguel, with his fierce, unwavering gaze, and Elena, whose presence radiated a warmth that could fill the coldest heart. The two opposing forces of my own soul, caught in the crosshairs of a nation's turmoil. Each of them was flawed, exactly like the world we inhabited, but both held a kind of truth beneath the surface, a dream that flickered like a candle flame in the oppressive darkness. "Do you see it, Marta?" Miguel shouted over the din, sweat mingling with the dirt on his brow, his hands raised as if invoking the very spirits of our ancestors. "This is our moment. The Junta Central will rise, and with it, our voices shall be heard." I remember how he believed in the power of the people. I remember how that belief burned so fiercely within him that I almost felt its heat from where I stood, trembling. He had always been the dreamer, casting visions of a better future, where justice wasn't an echo in the shadows but a roaring river of truth. Yet, beneath that conviction lay a fragile thread of doubt, a chink in the armor of his fiery resolve that I could sense even amidst the fervor. The very thought of him faltering sent a chill down my spine. Elena stepped forward, her hair whipping around her like a banner in the wind. There was a strength in her, a tangible force that pulled the crowd toward her, yet her eyes bore the weight of 1,000 sorrows. "And what if we succeed?" she cried, her voice trembling yet resolute. "What then? Will we be any different from those we seek to replace?" Her words hung in the air, heavy as iron, as the crowd fell into a potent silence, the kind that draws you in, leaves you breathless, suspended in the moment. I felt the uncertainty gnawing at my insides, a relentless rhythm. Was she right? If power corrupts, what purity could we hope to maintain? Dreams become nightmares when held too tightly, after all. "Marta!" Miguel's voice pierced through my reverie, snapping me back to the present. I could see the desperation in his eyes, the plea for me to choose a side, to believe with him. We can't let fear paralyze us. We must act. Act! I whispered, my heart pounding as I wrestled with the weight of his words. I remembered my father's stories, the blood-stained pages of history where revolutions promised change but often delivered devastation instead. My voice came out a betraying quiver as I struggled to articulate my thoughts. What if we're just repeating the cycle? What if this junta becomes the very tyrant we're trying to overthrow? The tension curled between us, a live wire sparking with the fear that gripped my heart. They were both right, and they were both wrong, a paradox that churned in my mind like a tempest. The crowd surged again, and I was yanked along, swept into a tide of bodies, all clamoring for a taste of the impossible. The weight of the moment felt like an anchor, but it was exhilarating too, a scream echoing in the silence of my thoughts. A bell tolled somewhere in the distance, its sound resonating through the bones of the earth, and I was reminded of time, how it slips through our fingers, how we always think we have more, until we don't. The Junta Central was not just a government, it was a crucible, a test of every belief I held. And standing there, watching the tides of history shift, I realized I was not merely an observer, I was a player in this cosmic drama. I caught Miguel's eye, and for a moment, the world fell away, leaving just us, two souls adrift in the storm. If I stand with you, I must believe, I said, my voice a fragile whisper amidst the cacophony. Do you still believe? He smiled, fierce and radiant, the kind of smile that could ignite 1,000 hearts. Then let us burn together, martyr. Let us ignite the dawn. But Elena stepped in, her voice a soft burst of reality. And if the dawn is just a prelude to a darker night? Can you bear that, Miguel? The vulnerability in her question cut through the air like a knife, and I felt it slice into my own fear. She was right. We were all shadows chasing light, but what if we stumbled into deeper darkness? As the crowd erupted again, voices melding into a deafening roar, I felt the swell of emotions crashing over me, our fear, hope, desperation, and that gnawing question, could this chaos forge a new beginning, or was it merely the final act of a doomed play? And in that moment, time fractured. I grasped both Miguel's and Elena's hands, each a lifeline tethered to my heart, binding us together in a fragile triangle of trust and turmoil. The ground trembled beneath us, and I realized that our fates were intertwined, a delicate web spun from the choices we were yet to make. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that stretched like the fingers of history itself, I felt the tension coil tighter, the air thickening with the promise of change. The Junta Central was not just a government, it was the echo of our dreams, our fears solidifying into something tangible, something we could either fight for or against. Together, I whispered, my voice barely a breath above the din, we forge our own fate. And as the tide surged, as the echoes of our resolve melded with the cries of the crowd, I knew, this was only the beginning. The story would not end here, it would spiral on, a relentless cycle, the shadows stretching into eternity. The air crackled with an electric silence, a moment suspended like breath held too long. Paris lay beneath a shroud of grey, the sky heavy and foreboding, mirroring the hearts of those who dared to hope. I stood in the shadow of the Tuileries, the crumbling stone steeped in history, the whispers of the past brushing against my skin like a lover's ghost. It was here, in this haunted ground, that the whispers began to turn into a roar, the call of a figure long thought buried in the annals of time. Napoleon! The very name reverberated through the cobbled streets, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who had lost everything. I remember the faces, each etched with longing, fear, and a flicker of defiance. Jean-Luc stood at the forefront, his hands gripping the tattered banner of their fallen empire. He was a soldier, once proud, now a haunted man with the weight of despair clinging to him like the fog that rolled in from the Seine. His eyes, a stormy sea, reflected his inner turmoil. He wanted to believe, to trust in the legend, but doubt gnawed at his resolve, a persistent rat in the corners of his mind. And then there was Camille, a woman forged in the fires of revolution and heartbreak. She was a tempest, her spirit unyielding, yet her heart a fragile bird imprisoned in a gilded cage. Each time she thought of Napoleon, it was like touching an open flame, exhilarating yet terrifying. She remembered the tales told in hushed tones, the way he had transformed a nation. What if he returns? She had asked Jean-Luc one night, the weight of that question hanging between them like a blade poised to strike. The memory of their laughter twisted into something darker. Hope had a way of morphing into despair, shadows dancing in the flickering candlelight. Hope is a cruel mistress, Jean-Luc had replied, a bitter twist to his lips. She leads us to the precipice, only to push us off. Yet, as whispers grew louder, something shifted in his chest, a pulse of rebellion that refused to be silenced. The day dawned cold and relentless. The city trembled with anticipation as men and women gathered, eyes glued to the horizon, hearts synchronized in a collective beat. I felt it too, the pull of history, the gravitational force of a man who had once rewoven the very fabric of Europe. The memories surged, battles fought, dreams shattered, and the relentless march of time. I remember the scent of gunpowder, the taste of victory mingled with defeat. It was intoxicating, a bitter nectar that promised power yet demanded loyalty. As the clock struck noon, the ground trembled not just with the weight of footsteps but with the pulse of something ancient, something fierce. The crowd surged forward, a living entity driven by hope and fear, their breaths mingling in the cold air. Camille moved like a shadow among them, her heart pounding like a war drum. She caught Jean-Luc's gaze, and in that instant, time froze. The world around them faded, all that remained was the promise of what may come, the return of a legend, the clash of destiny. But legends are not born in silence, they erupt with the roar of thunder. The first banner unfurled on the horizon, a flash of blue and gold, a glimpse of a soldier's armor gleaming in the distance. Gasps rippled through the crowd like a wave crashing against the cliffs. Jean-Luc's heart raced, a wild stallion yearning for freedom, his fears momentarily forgotten in the whirlwind of possibility. The air filled with the scent of sweat and anticipation, a heady brew that threatened to intoxicate. And just like that, it began. The thundering of hooves, the clash of steel, the symphony of war that echoed through the narrow streets. Jean-Luc turned to Camille, both of them caught in the eye of a storm, the cacophony around them a stark contrast to the silence that had reigned just moments before. "This is it," he said, a whisper laced with disbelief. "This is our chance." But the world isn't kind to dreams. As they pushed through the throng, the street erupted with chaos. The aura of hope quickly turned to despair, a cruel twist of fate as shadows lengthened, and danger lurked in the corners of their vision. In the distance, a figure materialized, shrouded in the mist, a silhouette both familiar and unsettling. The unmistakable hat, the pointed chin, the eyes burning with a fire that could consume nations. Napoleon had returned. The crowd erupted, a mixture of adoration and terror. Cheers mingled with cries for caution, each voice a note in a discordant symphony. Camille felt her heart racing, a wild animal desperate to break free as she locked eyes with the man who had once captivated her dreams. "What does he want?" she shouted over the tumult, her voice barely piercing the din. "Redemption," Jean-Luc replied, his voice hoarse, raw. "Or perhaps revenge." The truth hung heavy in the air, a specter that loomed larger than life. Napoleon was not just a man, he was a force of nature, a storm that could sweep them all away. And in that moment, dread pulled in the pit of Camille's stomach. They had prayed for a hero, but what if he was a monster? A shiver ran down her spine as she witnessed the fervor in the faces around her, eyes glazed with fanaticism, souls ready to be sacrificed at the altar of history. Would they follow him blindly into the abyss? I remember the clash of ideals as Jean-Luc and Camille found themselves at the forefront, torn between loyalty and reason. A choice loomed, a choice that could alter the course of their lives forever. The sound of drums thundered in the background, a heartbeat echoing the rise and fall of their fears. And there, amidst the chaos of a world on the brink, they stood, two souls caught in a tempest, arms outstretched toward the horizon, waiting for the storm to break. The night was just beginning, and the shadows whispered promises of both salvation and doom. The stage was set, the players in their places, but no one could predict the next move. So they waited, hearts pounding, breaths held, as history reached its hand into the present, weaving their fates into the very fabric of time. For in the darkness, anything was possible, and in the silence, the echoes of the past haunted them still. The air is thick with smoke, acrid and stinging, swirling around like a ghost caught in an endless dance of despair. I stand at the edge of the city, heart pounding like a war drum, the echoes of cannon fire rumbling in the distance, a grim symphony that heralds the approach of death. Staring into the chaos, I see broken walls and shattered dreams, a landscape littered with the remnants of hope. The siege of Zaragoza is upon us, and the weight of this moment presses down, suffocating, relentless. I remember the faces of those I love, etched in my mind like faded portraits, my sister, Anna, her laughter like a silver bell now turned to whispers, and Miguel, the boy who dared to dream of freedom, his eyes burning with wild defiance. They're here, somewhere, lost in this tempest of fear, fighting not just for survival, but for a future suspended on the edge of a blade. Hold the line, roars Captain Rodrigo, his voice cracking like thunder, igniting a flame of courage in those around him. He is a tempest, swirling with rage, his sword glinting with the promise of blood. I watch him, his face a mask of determination, but behind those fierce eyes lies a tremor of doubt. He carries the weight of our city on his shoulders, and the knowledge that every command could lead to life or death gnaws at him like a relentless wolf. I remember the day we declared our resistance. It was a quiet morning, the sun spilling gold across the rooftops. We were naive then, blissfully ignorant of the storm that loomed. What will they do? I had asked, fingers brushing the rough stone of the wall, tracing the cracks like the lines of our fates. Anna smiled and said, "They'll never take our spirit. We are Zaragoza." But now, as the siege closes in like a vice, I wonder if that spirit is enough. The ground shakes beneath us, cannon fire shatters the peace, sending tremors through my bones. I can see shadows moving in the haze, soldiers with faces hidden behind masks of iron. They march forward, relentless as fate itself. My heart races, a clock ticking down to annihilation, each tick echoing louder than the last. I can almost taste the iron tang of fear, mingling with the dust that fills the air like a choking fog. Then, I see Miguel. He is crouched low, eyes darting like a frightened rabbit, but there's a fire in him that cannot be extinguished. "We can't let them win," he shouts, voice rising above the chaos, a beacon in the dark. "We fight for our homes, our families." I want to believe him, but doubt twists in my gut. What if this is a fool's errand? But beneath that doubt, a flicker of resolve ignites. I remember the tales of our ancestors, stories of courage woven into the very fabric of Zaragoza. Perhaps we, too, can carve our names into the stone of history. As the cannonballs rain down, I feel the ground shake beneath my feet, a visceral reminder that our time is slipping away. Each explosion sends shards of fear racing through the crowd, but I look at Anna, her eyes fierce and unyielding. "For every brick they take, we'll build 10 more, she shouts, rallying those around her. Her words are a balm against the despair threatening to engulf us. But the truth gnaws at my soul. We are outnumbered, outgunned, and the odds are stacked against us like a giant's game of dice. I can hear the cries of the wounded, feel the weight of their suffering pulling me under, drowning me in heartache. I want to fight, but will courage alone be enough? Night falls, and darkness wraps around us like a funeral shroud. Shadows play tricks on my mind, whispering doubts and fears as I stand on the precipice of something monumental. I can hear the distant howls of wolves, a reminder of the primal nature of our struggle. How far we have fallen, I think, from the days of laughter and light. Now, we are ghosts wandering through the remnants of our own lives. In the quiet moments between cannon fire, I catch Miguel's eye. He's not just fighting for survival, he's fighting for the essence of who we are. "They can take our homes, but they can never take our spirit," he murmurs, voice heavy with conviction. His words hang in the air, a fragile thread connecting us to a future we can barely envision. Yet, the skies rumble ominously overhead, a storm brewing not just in the heavens but in our hearts. I remember a time when dreams felt like a promise, when the world was wide open, unshackled by chains of fear. Now, we are all tethered by the weight of our choices. As dawn breaks, the first light spills over the horizon, a cruel reminder that we are still here, still fighting. The sun rises like a vengeful spirit, casting long shadows that stretch across the battlefield. I am standing amongst the ruins of my home, and I feel the pulse of history beneath my feet. What will we become? Heroes or ghosts? With every heartbeat, the city pulses with life, a chaotic symphony of defiance. We are not just defending walls, we are defending dreams, identities, and the whispered hopes of 1,000 futures. As the enemy draws closer, I take a deep breath, filled with the scent of gunpowder and desperation. This is the moment we have fought for, the moment that could define us. In the distance, the enemy banner flaps in the wind, a dark omen against the rising sun. But I refuse to let fear dictate my fate. The siege of Zaragoza is not just a battle, it's a testament to who we are. The ground beneath me trembles, not just from the cannon fire, but from the sheer force of our resolve. I feel it coursing through me, a raw, unyielding need to stand, to fight, to scream against the night. Together, I whisper, knowing that in this moment, we are not just a city, we are a force of nature, unbroken and fierce. And as the first cannonball roars through the air, time slows, and for a heartbeat, I am weightless, suspended in the chaos. I know this is only the beginning, the first chapter of our story. The siege may be upon us, but we will write our fate with every strike of the enemy's hand and every beat of our hearts. The fight is far from over. The crack of gunfire shattered the dusk, a jagged scream that ripped through the air, slicing the silence like a knife. Shadows danced in the glow of burning debris, flickering ghosts of what once was. A crumpled figure lay sprawled on the ground, blood pooling beneath, red and vibrant against the grey asphalt, a stark reminder of the frailty of life. I remember the moment when I realized that no one was truly safe. The night was alive, electric with fear, and the world outside felt like a fever dream caught in an endless loop of violence and despair. I crouched behind the remnants of a shattered wall, heart drumming a frantic rhythm in my chest. Beside me, Miriam's breath came fast and shallow, her eyes wide as she surveyed the chaos. She was stubborn, always had been, her spirit a wildfire amid the ruins. "We can't stay here," she whispered, voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. But her fear was laced with a fierce resolve, the kind that made you believe she'd do anything to fight back, even if it cost her everything. And then there was Yusef, huddled close like a wounded animal, face drawn and weary. His hand shook as he clutched a makeshift weapon, a rusted pipe he'd found amidst the wreckage. I could see the shadows of his past flickering in his eyes, memories of a family torn apart by this very conflict. "They'll come for us," he murmured, the words laced with a haunting finality. The ghosts of his fallen loved ones whispered in the crevices of his mind, and I could almost hear them begging for reprisal. But guerrilla warfare was not about glory, it was survival, raw and unrefined. It was written in the blood of the innocent, etched into the very fabric of this land. I watched as Miriam's brow furrowed, her mind racing with the weight of decisions that felt impossibly heavy. She was always the planner, the tactician. But no amount of strategy could erase the desperation clinging to the air like smoke. "Yusef," she said, voice low but firm. "We need to take the alley. It's our only chance." The alley, a narrow, dark passageway choked with shadows and memories of past skirmishes, a place where the echoes of laughter had long been replaced by the sound of anguish. I glanced at Yusef, fear flickering in his eyes like a candle struggling against the wind. "We can't," he breathed, a plea and a question all at once. But Miriam was already moving, propelled by a force I couldn't comprehend, an instinct born from the ashes of loss and longing. I followed, heart racing, the darkness swallowing us whole as we slipped into the alley. My mind raced with the weight of the moment, every heartbeat echoing the urgency of our escape. I remember the stench of smoke, the taste of despair lingering on my tongue. The world outside was a cacophony of chaos, yet here, in this narrow corridor, time felt suspended, pregnant with fear and hope. "Do you remember when we thought we could change the world?" Miriam asked suddenly, her voice trembling with a bitter sweetness. "We were so naive." I could hear the laughter of our youth ringing in her words, bright and taunting. I wanted to laugh, to cling to that memory like a lifeline, but the specter of reality loomed too large. Naive or hopeful? I countered, frustration boiling within me. Isn't hope all we have left? The alley closed in around us, shadows coiling like serpents, mocking our every move. The walls seemed to whisper the secrets of those who had come before us, their dreams extinguished by the relentless march of war. We pressed on, feeling the weight of the city above us, the weight of every life intersecting in this moment. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, piercing the stillness, a sound so jarring it nearly knocked the breath from my lungs. Miriam flinched, and I felt the heat of a bullet ricochet against the wall, a grim reminder of our own fragility. "Keep moving!" I shouted, and we stumbled forward, the air thick with adrenaline and dread. But in that moment, there was a flicker of defiance, a surge of something primal and fierce. We were not just running, we were fighting for every breath, every heartbeat. And deep within me, a voice whispered, "This is not the end." As we rounded the corner, the alley opening up into a broader street, I caught a glimpse of the chaos that had become our reality. Flames licked the sky as buildings crumbled, caught in a dance with destruction. But amidst the ruin, there was life, people darting between the flames, defying fate with every step. I felt a surge of something, a visceral connection to those brave souls, each one a heartbeat echoing in the void. "Look!" Yusef gasped, pointing to a group gathered in the distance, their faces hidden beneath masks, eyes blazing with determination. "They're fighting back!" And for a moment, hope flickered in my chest like a fragile ember, a promise that rebellion burned brighter than despair. But as we drew closer, the intensity of the scene became overwhelming. The clash of metal against metal, the cries of the wounded, and the stench of smoke created a symphony of violence that curled around us, suffocating yet intoxicating. I felt the adrenaline surge through my veins, and I knew we were no longer mere survivors, we were part of the resistance. Miriam turned to us, her eyes fierce and wild. "We fight or we perish. It's our choice." And just like that, the alley swallowed us back into the chaos, our hearts beating in time with the clash of 1,000 hopes and dreams, each step forward a rebellion against the darkness threatening to consume us whole. The roles of guerrilla warfare were etched into our very souls, not just a strategy but a testament to our humanity, a defiance against the void. Each heartbeat, each breath, was a declaration of war against despair. We were alive, and we would not go quietly into the night. In the depths of this chaos, we found ourselves, flawed, broken, but unyielding. And as we stepped into the storm, I knew one thing for certain, the fight had only just begun. The rain came down like 1,000 daggers, each drop a reminder of what was at stake. I stood there, drenched, shivering, the cold seeping into my bones, yet it was nothing compared to the encroaching dread that filled the air. The silence was heavy, broken only by the distant echoes of cannon fire, a reminder that somewhere, not so far away, men were dying. I tightened my grip on the rifle, the wood slick and unyielding beneath my fingers, my heartbeat thumping a rhythm of anxiety against my chest. I remember Private Thomas, his face pale and drawn, a man whose laughter once brought light to the darkest corners of our encampment. Now, the ghost of a smile haunted his lips as he stared into the distance, lost in thoughts of home. He was a simple man, a farmer turned soldier, whose hands knew the warmth of earth more than the cold steel of a weapon. "What do you think they'll say about us?" he whispered, eyes wide with the fear of the unknown, the shadows of war dancing behind him. "I don't know," I replied, but the truth was, I was terrified. Terrified of the memories that bubbled to the surface, of the faces of friends I'd lost before we even hit the front lines. I remembered James, his hearty laugh echoing in my ears, the way he cracked jokes to ease our fears. Now he was just a memory, a name etched on a list of the fallen. I felt the weight of grief pressing down on me, each second a leaden reminder that we were mere pawns in a game we never chose to play. Then came the order, an electric jolt that shot through the ranks, shattering our fragile calm. "Prepare to advance!" The sergeant's voice cut through the air, sharp and unyielding, a command that sent shivers down my spine. I looked at Thomas again, he was trembling. I wanted to reach out, to tell him it would all be okay, but the words stuck in my throat. How could I promise safety when the ground beneath our feet could swallow us whole in an instant? As we moved forward, the world transformed into a cacophony of chaos. The air vibrated with the sounds of artillery, a grotesque symphony of explosions that echoed in our chests. My heart raced, a wild creature in a cage, clawing against the walls of my ribs. The mud churned beneath our feet, thick and unforgiving, each step a battle of its own against the weight of our gear, the weight of our fear. In the midst of it all, I caught a glimpse of Corporal Edwards, a man as hardened as the steel he carried, a soldier forged in the fires of conflict. He moved like a predator, I scanning the horizon, looking for danger, or perhaps, for a way out. I admired him, even as envy twisted in my gut. He was the embodiment of resolve, while I felt like a shadow. Thomas stumbled beside me, and I reached out, our fingers brushing in a moment of solidarity, a fleeting connection amid the madness. Then the first shot rang out, a crack that split the air like thunder, and chaos erupted around us. I remember feeling the ground tremble, the earth itself quaking under the weight of despair. Men fell, bodies crumpling like paper, and in that moment, time slowed, the world blurring around me as screams filled the air, a symphony of agony and terror. I fought against the rising tide of panic, but every breath felt like a betrayal. There was no time to think, no room for fear to settle. I moved. I had to move. I raced forward, the rifle heavy in my grip, my heart pounding a mantra of survival. The world became a blur of greens and browns, flashes of men in uniform, faces twisted in fear or rage, each one a reflection of my own terror. In the chaos, I lost sight of Thomas. I shouted his name, the sound swallowed by the roaring cacophony around us, but he was gone, vanished like smoke into the ether. Keep moving. Edwards barked, pulling me from my spiral of despair. His voice cut through the chaos, a lifeline in a storm. I nodded, though my heart ached. I couldn't let despair consume me. I had to survive. We had to survive. But the battlefield was a hungry beast, and it devoured everything in its path. As we advanced, shadows flickered at the edges of my vision, ghosts of the fallen, memories woven into the fabric of war. I caught a glimpse of a face, a young man with kind eyes, and the world tilted at the edges. It was James again, his laughter echoing in the hollow of my heart. Why did it have to be you? I whispered to the air, but it was just me and the ghosts now, haunting me with their silence. We pressed on, the fog of war wrapping around us, thick and choking. I remember the air heavy with smoke, the acrid scent cutting through my lungs like jagged glass. Each breath felt like a gamble, like stepping on a landmine. Would I emerge unscathed, or would this be the last breath I ever took? Amidst the chaos, I caught a glimpse of Thomas again, his expression a mixture of determination and terror. Keep your head down. I screamed, but the words were lost in the din, swallowed by the roar of confrontation. I felt the world spin as another explosion shook the ground, and time itself seemed to fracture, moments collapsing into one another, a haunting dance of memories and fears, dreams and nightmares crashing together like waves against a craggy shore. There was no room for sentimentality, no time for grief, every second stretched endlessly, the tension palpable as we pushed deeper into the maw of conflict. I could see the enemy now, shapes lurking in the distance, shadows moving with a purpose, and I felt an icy grip of dread close around my heart. In that moment, as the first rays of dawn struggled to break through the clouds, I grasped the raw, unyielding truth: we were nothing but soldiers, caught in the relentless tide of history, swept along by forces greater than ourselves. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat a countdown to the confrontation that lay ahead, an emotional clash that would echo far beyond the battlefield. I remember the whispers of my comrades, the murmurs of promises made and dreams of returning home. They hung thick in the air, mingling with the scent of gunpowder and fear. We were bound together by a fragile thread, a connection forged in the crucible of war, a bond that could unravel at any moment. And as we stepped into the eye of the storm, I could feel the weight of their hopes resting on my shoulders, each pulse echoing through the chaos, a raw, haunting reminder that we were alive, that we were here, and that the battle had only just begun. The air crackled with tension, a living thing, heavy with the scent of gunpowder and desperation. I stood there, heart pounding, as the distant rumble of cannon fire rolled across the valley like thunder, a harbinger of chaos. I could feel the earth tremble beneath my feet, a harrowing prelude to the storm that was about to unleash itself upon us. This was Vimeo, where history would be carved into flesh and bone. I remember the fear in Captain Henry's eyes, a flicker of doubt darting beneath the bravado he wore like a second skin. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles white against the polished metal. "We can't turn back now," he shouted, voice strained, trying to rally the men around him. But from the shadows of his soul, I could see the truth. Fear gnawed at him like a ravenous beast. "My brother is out there," he admitted, quieter now, as if speaking the words aloud could summon the specter of his sibling from the battlefield. And there was Thomas, the young private, so eager and bright, clutching his musket as if it were a lifeline. He was just a boy, barely old enough to shave, yet here he stood, trembling, not from the chill in the air but from the weight of what lay ahead. "I remember the stories of glory, of honor," he murmured, looking past me, eyes glazed with a mixture of hope and terror. "But they never mention the screams." My heart ached for him, for the innocent dreams he carried, now crumbling under the weight of reality. The sun broke through the clouds like a reluctant messenger, casting harsh light on the battlefield. The hills were alive with the cacophony of men, shouts, the clatter of weapons, the sharp hiss of musket fire, and somewhere above it all, the cries of the wounded pierced the air, raw and haunting. As I stood frozen, caught in the grip of history, I felt the shadows of those who came before us, ghosts of the fallen, specters of the nameless who had fought for ideals they barely understood. The ground was a tapestry of mud and blood, stitched together with valor and despair. "Hold the line!" Captain Henry roared, his voice rising above the din, fierce and desperate. But I could see the cracks forming, men faltering, glancing at one another with uncertainty. They were not soldiers, they were brothers, fathers, sons. Each face told a story, each glance shared a question: would they survive today? Would they ever see their homes again? The first wave hit like a tidal surge, a furious mass of red and blue clashing under the unforgiving sky. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, an intoxicating blend of fear and determination, pushing me forward even as my heart screamed for me to flee. The clash of steel rang out, a symphony of chaos, and I found myself lost in the moment, lost in the faces around me, twisted in agony and resolve. I remember the moment I caught Henry's gaze again, the flickering flame of hope dimming, the weight of his brother's absence heavy in the air between us. "I can't lose him," he said, voice barely above a whisper, yet it cut through the chaos like a knife. I didn't have the words to comfort him. How could I? I was fighting my own battle, wrestling with demons that clawed at my sanity, urging me to run. But I stood firm, a silent promise to him, a bond forged in the furnace of fear. Then, I saw Thomas charge forward, driven by a reckless kind of courage only youth could muster. He stumbled, and for a moment, time stretched, a breath caught in the throat of fate. My heart lurched as he fell, the ground swallowing his dream whole, silence crashing down over the battlefield like a heavy curtain. My body moved before my mind could catch up, and I rushed towards him, desperation clawing at my chest. "Get up! Get up!" I shouted, each word a prayer for survival. But the boy's eyes were wide, filled with shock and confusion. I could see it, the realization dawning that glory had a price, and it was steep. I knelt beside him, the world falling away as chaos swirled around us, a tempest of sound and fury. "Stay with me, Thomas! Please?" He blinked, and in that fleeting moment, I saw a glimmer of the boy who had clung to dreams of valor, now swallowed by the abyss. "I don't want to die," he whispered, and those words, so simple yet so heavy, echoed in my mind like a bell tolling for the lost. "Neither do I," I replied, my voice breaking under the weight of unspoken promises. "But we fight. We fight for each other." And then the world exploded around us. The roar of cannon fire drowned out my thoughts, the earth shaking beneath our feet as men rushed past, caught in the tide of battle, lost and desperate. I pulled Thomas to his feet, adrenaline surging, dragging him back into the fray as if the very act of moving forward could fend off the shadows creeping ever closer. Every heartbeat resonated, my own, the pounding of drums signaling a war cry, the thunder of hooves as cavalry charged the horizon. The chaos unfolded around us like a grotesque dance, a macabre ballet of life and death. "Hold the line!" I heard Henry shout again, desperation lacing his voice as he fought through the tide, his brother's absence a gaping wound in his heart. But somehow, amidst the cacophony, I felt a surge of something powerful, unity, resolve, an understanding that we were not just soldiers, but brothers in arms, woven together by the threads of fate and fear. And as the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I knew that victory was not the only prize we fought for. It was each other, their lives against the backdrop of a world that spun on, indifferent to our struggles. As the battle raged, the lines between fear and bravery blurred, and I whispered a silent prayer for the souls entwined in this chaotic dance. I remember the screams, the clash of steel, the weight of loss surrounding us like a shroud, and I knew this was just the beginning. The tide would turn, but at what cost? The question lingered like smoke in the air, and as we fought, the horizon stretched infinitely before us, beckoning, taunting, whispering of battles yet to come. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of unspoken words, and I could smell the burnt remnants of betrayal lingering like a ghost in the corners of my mind. The faint sound of swords clashing echoed in the distance, a grim symphony underscoring the chaos that was the convention of Sintra. I stood on the precipice of a conflict, caught between loyalty and survival, my heart hammering like a drumbeat of war. It was a moment frozen in time, a snapshot of fear, anger, and desperation. I remember the faces, my comrades, my friends, shadows of men I once admired. They were not heroes, they were broken souls, burdened by the weight of a promise, their eyes reflecting a mix of hope and despair. There was Alvaro, his brow furrowed, clenching his jaw as if willing himself to stand tall against an invisible tide. He had always been the brave one, the knight who would charge into battle, laughing at the spectre of death. But now, he stood paralyzed, a mere whisper of the man he used to be. I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes as he glanced across the room, where the representatives of power huddled in hushed tones, their intentions cloaked in secrecy. And then there was Isadora, her fierce spirit a flickering candle in the tempest. She had always fought for justice, her heart ablaze with the desire to topple the corrupt and expose the treachery that thrived in the shadows. But that fire was dimming, I could feel it. The weight of the world pressed down on her, squeezing the breath from her lungs. I caught her gaze, and for a heartbeat, the air crackled between us, the unspoken understanding that we were all mere pawns in a game played by those who wielded power like a dagger, ready to plunge it into the unsuspecting. Whispers fluttered through the room like moths drawn to a flame. The convention of Sintra had begun as a beacon of hope, a chance for peace amid the turmoil that engulfed our lands. But as I listened to the murmurs, I knew the truth: this was no sanctuary. It was a breeding ground for betrayal. The leaders traded glances, their smiles slick with deceit, their hands inching toward daggers hidden beneath the table. I felt the chill crawl up my spine, the icy fingers of apprehension wrapping around my throat. I remember the stories, I murmured to myself, the tales of great men who changed the course of history. But those stories were lies. They were fantasies woven from threads of glory and valor, carved by the hands of those who would never know the taste of despair. The reality was grotesque. The ambitions of men forged in darkness, the hunger for power that devoured souls whole. I could almost hear the echoes of the past, the cries of the innocent drowned in the laughter of the powerful. A feeling of dread washed over me, a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. I could feel it thundering, ready to unleash the chaos that lurked beneath the surface. In that moment, I saw Alvaro's hand tighten around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white as he battled his own demons. The man I once knew was slipping away, replaced by a spectre haunted by the fear of failure. "Stay with me, Alvaro," I wanted to scream. "Don't let them take you." Isadora, too, was teetering on the edge of despair. "What if we are wrong?" she whispered, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in a storm. "What if we're just pawns in their game?" The question hung in the air, heavy and oppressive. I could see the doubt creeping into her heart, like weeds strangling a delicate flower. I wanted to reach out, to wrap my arms around her and reassure her that we were more than just pieces on a chessboard. But how could I offer comfort when my own heart was a cacophony of fear and uncertainty? The room shifted, shadows creeping closer, the spectre of betrayal looming large. The leaders were preparing for an announcement, their smiles a mask that concealed their true intentions. I felt the tremors of unease ripple through the crowd, an electric current that ignited the air. The clock on the wall ticked steadily, each click a reminder of the time slipping away. I could almost hear the countdown to calamity, an impending disaster that loomed like a dark cloud ready to unleash its storm. And then it happened, the air cracked open like a thunderclap. The delegation erupted, accusations flying like arrows, piercing the fragile unity we had sought to build. "You promised," Alvaro shouted, his voice raw and ragged. "You said this was for peace." The room echoed with the dissonance of shattered hopes, a symphony of anger and despair. I watched helplessly as the tide turned, allies became enemies, and trust dissolved like sugar in water, leaving a bitter residue on our tongues. The room became a battlefield, emotions clashing like swords, each word a weapon wielded with deadly precision. In that chaotic whirlpool, I felt myself being pulled under, drowning in the weight of history and heartbreak. Isadora stood tall amidst the storm, her voice rising above the fray, pleading for reason, for clarity. But even her words, powerful as they were, felt like whispers against the roaring tempest. I could see her spirit flickering, her resolve faltering as the shadows closed in. I wanted to scream, to shake her and remind her of the fire that once burned within her, but my own voice was lost, swallowed by the cacophony of chaos. The stakes spiraled higher, the consequences of our choices looming like a specter over us. Betrayal hung in the air like a bitter taste on our tongues, and I knew, deep down, that nothing would ever be the same again. The Convention of Sintra was a crucible, a harrowing test of our strength, our loyalty, and our humanity. As the minutes ticked by, I felt the darkness encroaching, an inescapable fate that beckoned us closer, urging us toward the abyss. And in that moment, I realized this was only the beginning. The real battle was not fought with swords, but within our hearts. As the storm raged on, I understood that love, loyalty, and hope could easily twist into weapons of their own. The echoes of this day would haunt us, the choices we made leading us down a path we could never anticipate. I remember the first time I felt the cold grip of despair. I remember the laughter that turned to ash in my throat. I remember standing on the edge of a precipice, feeling the weight of a world crumbling beneath my feet, knowing that the only way forward was through the storm. The light flickered like a dying star, casting shadows that danced across the stone walls of the dungeon. Each flicker echoed the heartbeat of the imprisoned souls, their whispers weaving through the cracks of despair. I could feel the weight of time pressing against me, the thick air heavy with the scent of damp earth and lost hopes. A chill settled deep in my bones. I was not just a witness, I was a part of this living nightmare, standing on the precipice of history, where the past clawed at the present. Therese was the first to break the silence, her voice a fragile wisp, trembling with a mix of fear and resolve. "They will come for us," she murmured, her eyes wide, reflecting the flickering light like shards of broken glass. I remember the way her fingers clutched the fabric of her dress, torn and tattered, but still holding an air of grace. She was more than a prisoner, she was a spark amidst the ashes, a reminder of life stifled yet unyielding. Across the dim room, Jean paced, his footsteps echoing against the cold stone floor, a relentless rhythm of anxiety and determination. "We cannot wait," he spat, his voice raw like exposed nerve endings. I felt the heat radiating from him, the fervor of a man on the brink of something monumental. They think they can crush us, bury our spirits beneath their iron boots. But they underestimate our will. I could see the fire in his eyes, a fury ignited by the suffering around him, yet I also sensed the tremor of doubt lurking behind that bravado. He was a man wrestling with his own demons, a soldier not just of the body but of the heart. "Jean, listen to her," I interjected, though my voice felt like a whisper against the storm brewing in the air. "What if we are too late? What if they come and we are not ready?" My heart raced, a war drum echoing in my chest. The weight of our impending fate was a palpable thing, pressing down on us, stifling our breath. I could taste the iron of fear on my tongue, sharp and metallic, mingling with the dampness of the dungeon. Memories of the outside world flooded my thoughts, the laughter of children, the scent of blooming lilacs in spring, the warmth of a sun that felt so far removed from this dark abyss. Suddenly, the distant sound of marching boots shattered the fragile moment. My heart lurched, the sound a harbinger of doom, every step resonating with the weight of retribution. "It's time," Therese whispered, her breath hitching, eyes glistening with a mix of terror and defiance. The reality of our situation slammed into me like a wave. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight for our very souls. Jean's resolve hardened like steel, but I saw the flicker of fear in his posture, the way his shoulders tensed as he prepared to face the ghosts outside. "We will not let them take us without a fight," he declared, a battle cry that resonated through the chamber. His words were like a spell, igniting something deep within me. The thought of being reduced to mere shadows, whispers in the dark, filled me with a rage that coursed through my veins, burning away the doubt. As the footsteps grew louder, I felt a strange calm wash over me, a serene acceptance that life, in all its unpredictability, was ours to seize. Retribution was not just a word, it was a promise that the pain we had endured would not be in vain. I turned to Therese, her face a canvas of raw emotion, and whispered, "We will rise from this. Together." And in that shared moment, something shifted. Hope, tender yet fierce, ignited between us. It was a fragile flame, a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. The air crackled with possibility, every heartbeat a reminder of our shared humanity. We were not merely victims of circumstance, we were fighters, thrumming with the pulse of life that refused to be snuffed out. The door creaked open, revealing silhouettes framed by the dim light beyond. Shadows of our captors, clad in the uniform of oppression, their faces obscured by the darkness. They thought they held the upper hand, that fear would bind us like chains. But they didn't know us. They didn't know how deeply we had been forged in the fires of despair. "Now!" Jean's voice thundered, a rallying cry that shook the very foundations of the dungeon. Therese and I sprang into action, hearts pounding in synchrony. Each movement was a declaration of our existence, a testament to our resilience. The world outside loomed like a giant, waiting to swallow us whole, but we refused to be mere offerings on the altar of darkness. I remember the feeling of adrenaline surging through my veins, the sweet taste of rebellion on my lips. It was a symphony of chaos as we dashed forward, embracing the unknown. We were no longer just prisoners, we were warriors of our fate, charging into the abyss with hope as our weapon. The confrontation was like a storm unleashed. Shouts filled the air, a cacophony of chaos and desperation. I felt the surge of energy, a visceral connection to my companions, the raw emotion binding us tighter than any chains could. Each clash echoed our resolve, each scream a reminder of what was at stake. We fought not just for our lives but for the lives that had been lost, for the dreams that still flickered in the depths of our souls. But even amid the chaos, I could see the glimmer of mercy hidden in the eyes of one guard, a brief flicker of doubt. I caught my breath, heart racing. In this world of brutality, could there still be a thread of humanity? Could retribution be softened by understanding? It was a delicate line, a dance between vengeance and compassion. As the dust settled, the weight of our challenge loomed larger than ever. We had stirred the pot of retribution, but what would come next? The silence that enveloped us was thick, like the calm before a storm, and I could feel the tension curling around us, coiling tighter. I remember thinking that our fight was only beginning, that the shadows would chase us, lurking at the edges of our bravado. And in that moment, standing on the brink of something vast and unfathomable, I felt a surge of defiance shoot through me. We would not allow fear to dictate our fate. We would not be shadows in the night. The French strategy was not merely a plan, it was the essence of our spirit, a rallying cry echoing through the ages, a testament to our will to survive, to rise again, undeterred. The night stretched before us, dark and infinite. But as I looked into Therese's determined gaze and Jean's unwavering stance, I understood the battle was only just beginning. The air was thick, cloying, like the weight of the world had settled on the shoulders of every soldier huddled behind the crumbling stone walls of Corunna. Rain fell, not in drops but in sheets, a relentless curtain of cold that blurred the horizon into a smear of grey. The night was alive, buzzing with a tension so palpable it felt like a living beast, hungry, waiting. I remember the clatter of musket balls against the stone, the sound echoing through the darkness, sharp and unforgiving. Every crack of thunder in the distance felt like a heartbeat pounding in the chest of fate, and I could feel the collective dread rising, a tide of fear that threatened to drown us all. Then there was Moore. Sir John Moore, tall and resolute, looked every bit the general, a figure wreathed in shadows and smoke. His eyes were dark pools of defiance, burning with a fire that flickered precariously against the gnawing chill of despair. I remember the way he stood at the crux of command, his leather gloves stained with the grime of battle, the weight of the world pressing down as he decided who would live and who would die. "We'll hold this ground," he declared, voice steady but tinged with something deeper, a quiet acceptance of the storm about to break. Beside him, there was Lieutenant Charles, young and bright-eyed, yet the ghosts of war danced behind his gaze. His thoughts were tangled, a twisted knot of loyalty and fear. I remember the way he clenched his fists, knuckles white, a child masquerading as a soldier, grappling with the enormity of their plight. "But sir, they outnumber us," he stammered, words slipping through trembling lips, a chasm of doubt at the brink of his heart. "We can't stand against this tide." "Do you hear that?" Moore interrupted, his voice low, almost reverent. It was the distant echo of drums, the mournful sound of marching feet. I remember the sensation that curled around my spine, an icy finger, whispering promises of glory and despair. "They come," Moore said, his gaze sharpening, cutting through the darkness. "And we shall meet them head on." But the truth was more harrowing than the battle we faced. The moon hung low, its pale light barely piercing the gloom, illuminating the ruins of a city that had known love and laughter, now reduced to the cries of the dying and the echoes of the lost. I remember watching as shadows danced on the walls, flickering memories of lives once lived, moments stolen by the cruel hand of fate. Then came the charge, a surge of bodies, men lost in a frenzy of fear and valor. I remember the cacophony, the clash of steel, the ragged shouts, and the desperate cries as the enemy broke upon us like a wave against rock. The world narrowed to a singular focus, a heartbeat, a pulse of life entwined with death. Moore was at the forefront, fearless yet haunted, dragging Lieutenant Charles into the fray. I could see the glint of sweat on his brow, the tremor in his hands as he raised his sword, a conductor orchestrating chaos. In that moment, time felt elastic, stretching between breaths. I saw Charles, thrust into the maelstrom, fighting with the ferocity of a man who understood that every swing of his blade could be his last. I remember his face, contorted in a mixture of rage and fear. Each strike was not just a blow against an enemy but a desperate plea for survival. He was raw, unrefined, a contradiction of youth and violence. Then there was the moment when the sky lit up with flames. I remember the terror of that instant. It was as if the sun itself had wept in anger, casting everything in a hellish glow. Moore stumbled, his foot slipping on the blood-soaked earth, and I held my breath, the world around me collapsing into a singularity of dread. But he rose again, rising from the ashes of doubt, a phoenix of grit and tenacity. "Stand firm," he bellowed, the battle cry ripping through the cacophony, a rallying force that surged through the ranks. But what of our hearts? The ache was palpable, a knot tightening in my chest, a reminder of everything we stood to lose. I remember the faces of comrades, brothers in arms, each one resonating with a life unfinished, dreams not yet realized. "We cannot falter," Moore urged, his voice a lifeline, yet I could see the cracks in his armor, the ghost of doubt lurking in his eyes. "We are the defenders of this land." He was the lighthouse in the storm, yet I could feel the shadows creeping closer, an ominous reminder of the tide of fate. Then it happened. A shot rang out, sharp as a knife, cutting through the chaos. I remember the look on Moore's face, a fleeting moment of realization before his body crumpled, an anchor sinking into the depths. Time froze, the world spun in slow motion as I grasped the enormity of loss, his strength diminishing, a flickering flame extinguished in an instant. "Sir!" Charles screamed, a raw wail echoing against the cacophony, a boy lost in the storm of men. I watched as despair clawed at his heart, a wild animal unleashed, tearing through the facade of bravery. Every soldier around him fell silent, the sound of battle dimming, as if the very earth mourned the loss. In that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 deaths crashing down, scattering like autumn leaves in a tempest, swirling in an endless cycle of sorrow and fury. And as the tide surged, I remembered the shadows closing in, the darkness creeping like an unwelcome fog. The taste of ash lingered on my tongue, the scent of despair mingling with the rain. Moore's last stand wasn't just a battle, it was a descent into the abyss, a dance with ghosts and phantoms who had once known laughter and love. I remember the eyes of the men around me, reflecting the flickering light of dying hope, a shared understanding that there would be no glory, no happy endings, only the haunting echo of sacrifice reverberating through time. The storm raged on, and we were left to face the ghosts of our memories, forever entangled in the conflicting tides of valor and loss. The battle was far from over, but the price had already been paid. Thunder cracked like a whip overhead, a furious reminder that the heavens had no intention of granting them mercy. I stood amidst the swirling chaos, mud splattering against worn boots, the acrid scent of gunpowder mingling with the heavy air, each inhalation a battle between courage and dread. My heart beat a war drum in my chest, punctuated by the shouts and cries of men who were not so lucky, men who had faced their reckoning. I remember the moment the world shifted. I remember the weight of history pressing down upon us like a cloak of shadows we could not shake. The battlefield stretched out before me, a tapestry of bravery and despair, marked by bodies that lay still, their stories cut short. Wellington emerged from the mist, eyes steely, jaw set. He was a titan among mortals, clad in a uniform that seemed more like armor than fabric, as if woven from the very essence of determination. But even titans have their ghosts. I could see the flicker of doubt beneath his stoic exterior, the burden of leadership etched into the lines of his face. It was the kind of fear that churned your stomach, the knowledge that each decision could shatter lives or reshape destinies. Then there was Harrington, my friend, my brother in arms, tethered to his own demons. He was a man of fierce loyalty, but I could see the fractures beneath his bravado, his shoulders sagged, crushed under the weight of choices made, lives lost. I caught his eye, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between us. We were soldiers, yes, but we were also men marked by our pasts, haunted by memories that refused to fade. In that tension-filled instant, we were not warriors, we were just two souls, wrestling with guilt and fear, longing for redemption in the face of doom. The attack came like a tempest, a wave of sound and fury sweeping across the field. I remember the frantic rhythm of my heart matching the drumbeat of the men around me. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the deafening roar of cannon fire, the screams rising above the chaos like ghosts reaching for the living. Wellington was there, orchestrating the madness with a calmness that belied the storm swirling around him. He was a maestro conducting an orchestra of shadows, each order a note in a symphony of battle. His voice cut through the cacophony, sharp and commanding, directing us toward a glimmer of hope amidst the dread. "Hold the line," he shouted, and the words echoed through the marrow of my bones. There was a power in his authority, a magnetic pull that wrapped around us like a protective shroud. I felt Harrington's hand grip my shoulder, a talisman of friendship amidst the unfolding horror. Together, we charged into the fray, hearts pumping, breaths coming in ragged gasps, each step a defiance against the tide of despair. But the battlefield is a cruel mistress. I remember the moment time slowed, stretched thin like a spider's web glistening with dread. A flash of movement, a figure darting from the shadows, and then Harrington fell. I can still see it as if it were branded into my mind, the way his body crumpled, the horror etched across his face, a silent scream for all the words left unsaid. My legs felt like lead, a weighty disbelief anchoring me to the ground as fury and anguish clawed at my insides. "Get up! Harrington!" I screamed, though deep down I knew. I knew the truth that ghosts whispered in the dark. I ran to him, the world around me fading into a blur of smoke and terror, the cries of battle an afterthought against the pounding of my heart. The remnants of hope shattered in that heartbeat, splintering into 1,000 pieces. Wellington's voice was distant now, a fading echo against the tumult. "We must press on," he urged, but his words felt hollow against the reality of loss. The soldiers around me were mere shadows, faceless figures caught in a web of survival. Every shout, every order, every desperate plea was another reminder that the line between victory and defeat danced precariously and unseen. I remember the weight of my sword, heavy in my hand, a cruel reminder of the violence that surrounded us. It felt like a betrayal, a weapon meant to protect now transformed into an instrument of sorrow. I glanced back at Harrington's still form, the memories flooding in like a torrential downpour, his laughter, his loyalty, the dreams we had shared. Each recollection was a dagger, twisting in my gut, a haunting reminder that war is not merely fought on the battlefield, it lingers in the hearts of those left behind. Wellington pressed forward, leading us through the smoke, a figure of unwavering resolve amidst the chaos. I could almost see the ghosts trailing behind him, specters of doubt and fear clinging to his coattails, demanding to be acknowledged. He forged ahead with a fierce intensity, one that made me want to follow, to believe that there was still a flicker of salvation. But I was torn, caught between the desire for glory and the weight of grief that threatened to consume me whole. And so, I moved forward, not out of bravery, but of necessity, the need to honor Harrington, to fight for the memories we shared. Every swing of my sword felt like a desperate cry against the void, as I faced the enemy with a heart full of anguish. I was fighting not just for victory, but for the bond we had forged in the fires of camaraderie, a bond that refused to fade even in the shadow of death. The cries of battle swirled around me, but within my own soul, silence reigned. I fought for the fleeting moments, those ephemeral touches of joy that life had offered, moments that drifted in and out like candle flames dancing in the night. Each clash of steel, each roar of defiance was a tribute to everything we had lost and everything we still fought for. The skies opened, rain pouring down like the tears of the universe, washing over the blood-soaked earth. It mixed with our sweat and despair, a reminder that even in chaos, life continues to surge forward. Wellington's voice cut through the storm, rallying us, pulling us back from the brink. Together? We rise together. I felt the surge of a collective heartbeat, a rhythm of hope that was almost tangible. We were not just soldiers, we were ghosts entwined in a struggle against our own shadows. As we pushed forward into the fray, the line between victory and defeat blurred, a chaotic dance of fate and fury. And so, we fought, not just against the enemy before us but against the darkness within. I remember the moments that flickered like fleeting stars, each scream, each fall, each breath a testament to the fierce, unyielding spirit of humanity, forever caught in the tides of history. In that chaos, amidst the cacophony of fear and hope, I grasped the truth that Wellington illustrated with every command, every glance. Leadership isn't about wielding power, it's about sharing the weight of the world, about standing tall in the face of despair and refusing to be devoured by shadows. And as the battle raged on, I realized that I was not alone. We were all flawed, all bound by the scars of our existence, but we were also warriors, driven by the flickering light of hope, determined to defy fate and the ghosts that lingered in the corners of our hearts. We surged forward, a tide of humanity against the darkness that sought to consume us. There was no end, no resolution, just a relentless pursuit of purpose among the chaos. The battle was far from over, but in that moment, we were alive, alive in our struggle, alive in our fight. A cold wind swept through the trees, rustling the leaves as if they were whispering secrets of the dead. The sun dipped low, bleeding fiery hues into the sky, a ghastly canvas of orange and red, foreshadowing the horrors to come. I stood there, heart pounding, the air heavy with the scent of gunpowder and the bitter tang of fear. The night would swallow us whole, but for now, the dying light revealed the grim tableau before me. Jean-Claude, a soldier with eyes like smoldering coals, paced like a caged beast, his brow furrowed and his breath coming in ragged gasps. Memories tore at him like wolves, last summer's laughter now a distant echo overshadowed by the grim spectre of war. I watched as he clenched his fists, the knuckles white, trembling not from fear but from a fire that threatened to consume him. "I can't go back," he said, voice cracking. "I can't." "Then don't," I whispered, though I knew the weight of that choice. It was a dangerous thing, to stay, to fight when every instinct screamed to run. My own heart thudded wildly, each beat a reminder of the ghosts that would haunt us. The shadows loomed larger, stretching like the fingers of death, clutching at our resolve. Marianne, fierce and unyielding, stood beside him, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the enemy advanced like a tide. Her spirit was a tempest, but I saw the cracks in her armor, the fleeting moments when her fear broke through. "We're not just soldiers," she said, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We're people. We have families, families." Jean-Claude spat out the word, bitterness twisting his lips. What does family mean in a world where everyone dies for a cause that doesn't belong to them? He turned away, the weight of his despair palpable, a suffocating fog that wrapped around us. I felt the earth tremble beneath me, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The distant roar of cannon fire rumbled like an angry god, and I remembered the stories of men who had faced such fury. I remembered the laughter of children, the way my mother's arms wrapped around me as she sang lullabies to drown out the horrors that clung to the night. "It's not too late," I said, my voice a whisper against the growing tide of violence. "We can still find a way to survive this." But deep down, I felt the truth, a truth that echoed like a dirge. There was no escape. The clock was ticking, each second a reminder of the reality looming like a storm cloud. Time was a cruel mistress, she offered no mercy as the shadows conspired against us. I looked at my comrades, the fierce glow of determination mixed with the glaze of despair in their eyes. We were bound by more than survival, we were bound by the unbreakable chains of shared fear. The landscape shifted as the enemy approached, a wave of uniforms and grim faces, eyes reflecting the fire of ambition and conquest. Marianne's hands trembled, her resolve wavering like the flickering flame of a candle at the mercy of the wind. "I remember," she said, voice barely above a whisper, "when I was a child, I thought I would be a painter. I dreamed of colors, not blood." She paused, her gaze distant, lost in a memory I could only imagine. "Now, I wield a blade, and all I paint is death." "Painting death," Jean-Claude echoed, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. "A macabre masterpiece." He looked at her, and in that moment, I saw the connection, the raw threads of humanity binding their souls together, even amid the chaos. It was a fragile bond, one that could snap at any moment, yet it held as fiercely as the iron in their hands. The drums of war beat louder, each thump resonating in my chest, a symphony of dread. I could almost see the ghosts of the fallen, their faces twisted in agony, urging us forward, pushing us into the maw of battle. "We will not be forgotten," I said, trying to grasp the weight of their sacrifices. "We will carry their names, their laughter, into the fire of tomorrow." But what if tomorrow was nothing but ash? Jean-Claude's face twisted, anger and sorrow battling within him, raw and unfiltered. "And if we fail?" His eyes burned with a desperation that clawed at my heart. "What if we are just another footnote in history, forgotten and lost?" A moment of silence enveloped us, thick and suffocating. The world around us faded, leaving only the three of us caught in a web of uncertainty and fear. Then came the thunder of footsteps, the shadows closing in, and I felt the shift in the air, a palpable tension that crackled like electricity. "Ready yourselves," I shouted, the urgency in my voice pulling them from the abyss of doubt. "This is our moment. We either stand together or fall apart." The look exchanged between Jean-Claude and Marianne was electric, a surge of understanding igniting the air like a lit fuse. They nodded, and in that solemn pact, we found a flicker of hope amid the encroaching darkness. We were fragments of something greater, pieces of a tapestry woven with the threads of fear, courage, desperation, and resilience. As the first shots rang out, the world exploded into chaos. The cacophony of battle swallowed us whole, shattering the silence, dragging us into a whirlwind of smoke and fury. The scent of blood mingled with the earthy aroma of gunpowder, and I lost myself in the tumult, my heart racing with every pulse of adrenaline. This was war, this was life stripped to its raw essence, where every breath felt like a rebellion against the void. I remember the moment the battle surged forward, a torrent of bodies and screams, the clash of steel ringing in my ears. I was swept away, caught in a tide that seemed unending, yet within the chaos, I felt a strange clarity. This was not a fight for glory, it was a fight for each other, for the dreams that lingered in the shadows. And just as quickly as it began, it enveloped me. I remembered the faces of the fallen, the laughter of children, the painting of dreams lost in the haze of gunfire. I remembered love, not as a gentle touch but as a fierce flame that could burn away the darkness. As the night deepened, the battle waged on, and we stood together, three souls united against the tide of despair, clinging to hope in a world unraveling around us. In the heart of chaos, we found our strength, and as the shadows closed in, we prepared to face whatever darkness awaited, refusing to let the dawn go unclaimed. The air crackled with heat, the kind that sizzles in your throat, making it difficult to swallow. The sun hung low, a molten orange disk, casting long shadows that crept across the parched earth like fingers of a restless ghost. I remember the moment the first cannon fired, an ear-splitting roar that shattered the eerie calm, a thunderclap that sent birds scattering into the sky. A pulse of fear shot through me, a visceral reminder that today was not for the faint of heart. I stood among my brothers in arms, a ragtag group of men bound together by desperation and duty. My hands trembled, not just from the weight of the musket but from the encroaching dread, the knowledge that today could be our last. A man nearby, Private Thompson, his face a mask of determination yet with eyes that flickered like dying embers, clutched my shoulder, a silent plea for strength. I could see it in his eyes. We had grown close, forged in the fires of war, yet here, in the shadows of Talavera, everything felt different, raw. The stakes felt higher, the air thicker with the scent of sweat and impending doom. "Stay close!" I shouted, but the words fell into the chaotic din, drowned by the cacophony of battle, the echo of musket fire a sinister symphony. I could feel the ground tremble beneath us, as if the earth itself were recoiling from the violence above. The Spanish hills loomed, watching, silent witnesses to our folly. I remembered my family, the faces of my siblings, their laughter echoing in my mind, a distant melody that fought against the rising tide of despair. Would I see them again? Another cannon, another roar, this time closer. I flinched, instinctively ducking low. The ground erupted nearby, showering us with dirt and debris, and I felt the hot breath of fear on my neck. There was no time to breathe, to think. "On your feet!" Sergeant Morgan barked, his voice a gravelly anchor in the swirling chaos. He was a man of few words but fierce spirit, the kind of leader you'd follow into hell itself, though his own demons were perhaps worse than the ones we face today. "Forward," he shouted again, and we surged as one. I could hardly keep track of where I was going or who was beside me. The field was a blur, colors blending, faces morphing into a grotesque dance of terror. I caught sight of Lieutenant Hayes, his face pale yet resolute. He'd been a tutor before the war, teaching young minds the wonders of history. Now, he wielded a sword as though it were an extension of his very being. The weight of expectation sat heavy on his shoulders. Could he carry it? Could any of us? As we pressed onward, I caught a glimpse of the enemy, a sea of uniforms, faces twisted in rage, eyes filled with unspeakable resolve. They were men, just like us, yet in that moment, they felt like phantoms, shadows of the lives they once led, now reduced to mere specters on a battlefield. The realization hit me, we were all haunted. Perhaps that was the true horror of war, an endless cycle of ghosts, rising and falling, bound by a fate none of us could escape. Thompson was beside me, his breath hitching in his throat. "I don't want to die," he whispered, the confession a fragile thread in the maelstrom. But death was a constant companion in this hell, lurking just out of sight, waiting for its moment to strike. "Neither do I replied, though I wasn't sure if it was meant to comfort him or myself. I clenched my jaw, determination hardening my resolve. We would fight. We would live, if fate allowed. Then, the tide shifted. A sudden burst of movement from our flank, an enemy charge, a wave of bodies crashing against our lines. I could see the glint of steel, the fierce shouts of men lost to the chaos. My heart thundered, each beat a reminder of my own mortality. I raised my musket, took aim, and pulled the trigger. The recoil rattled through me. A scream pierced the air, but I couldn't linger on it. I had a job to do, a duty to fulfill. Around me, Morgan shouted commands, his voice a rallying cry amidst the madness. In that moment, I felt the fragile bonds of camaraderie tighten, threading us together in our shared terror and resolve. Each man fought not just for survival but for one another, a testament to the human spirit that defied the darkness. A cannon roared again, and I felt the shockwave ripple through me, a visceral reminder of the stakes at hand. And then, in the eye of the storm, I saw Hayes, blooded yet unbroken. He brandished his sword with a fierce intensity, but his eyes, God, those eyes, told a different story, a tale of a man struggling against the weight of fate, the pull of despair. I reached out, our gazes locking for a heartbeat that felt like eternity. I saw something in him, a flicker of hope, or perhaps a resignation, a realization that we were caught in a grand design far beyond our comprehension. But the moment shattered, a bullet whizzing past my ear, dragging me back into the chaos. I stumbled, my heart racing as I clutched my musket tighter. I wasn't just fighting for my life, I was fighting against the ghosts of the past, the shadows that whispered of failure and loss. The ground beneath me soaked with blood, our blood, an offering to the gods of war, the spirits of those who fell before us. "Keep pushing!" Morgan roared, his voice cutting through the haze. It was a command and a plea, a lifeline thrown to men drowning in fear. I fought my way through the madness, driven by a primal urge, a desperate need to survive. Each step forward felt like a betrayal of the fallen, yet it was a necessity, survival the only mantra echoing in my mind. And as the sun dipped lower, casting a crimson hue over the battlefield, I felt it, the tide turning. We pushed back, inch by bloody inch, a dawning realization lighting a fire in our chests. This was not just a battle for territory, it was a battle for ourselves. With each fallen enemy, each echoing cry of despair, we carved our own fate, a testament to our existence against the void. I remember the moment the final charge erupted, the air thick with smoke and sweat, where time held its breath, and for a fleeting instant, everything felt suspended. The world narrowed to our desperate struggle, the clashing of metal ringing in my ears like the toll of a bell. We were mere mortals, yet in that moment, we were also legends, carved out of flesh and bone, of fear and defiance, a tapestry sewn with the threads of our souls, interwoven in the fabric of history. And as the sun finally slipped beneath the horizon, shadows creeping ever closer, I felt a sense of belonging amid the chaos. In the heart of Talavera, we were alive, together, a brotherhood forged in the fires of battle, a legacy that would echo through the ages, haunting this ground long after we were gone. The fight was far from over, but in this moment, we had triumphed. And that was everything. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and despair, each breath tasted like ash. I stood at the edge of chaos, heart pounding, feet rooted in the cobblestones of Lisbon, my home, transformed into a battlefield. The shouts echoed like ghosts in the narrow streets, and I could feel the madness creeping closer, a tide of desperation swallowing reason whole. A figure darted past me, a young soldier clad in tattered uniform, eyes wide with terror, clutching a rifle that seemed almost too heavy for his fragile frame. I remember his name, Miguel. His hand shook, not from the fear of battle, but from the burden of a forgotten history. "Run," he yelled, voice cracking like a fragile twig underfoot, before disappearing into the shadows of the alley. I wanted to follow, to help, yet something held me back, a paralyzing dread, an instinctive tether that anchored me to the ground. I was trapped between the weight of this moment and the echoes of my own past, haunted by memories of a time before the world erupted into chaos. And then there was Sophia, my sister, her fiery spirit now dulled by the weight of loss. She stood beside me, eyes fiercely scanning the horizon, searching for something that was already lost. "They don't care about us, you know," she whispered, her voice trembling as she gazed at the dark clouds rolling in. "We are merely shadows in their war." I could feel the heat of her anger, a flame flickering against the cold indifference of fate. "They'll remember us," I said, though even I could hear the uncertainty in my own words. "We'll make them remember." But deep down, I feared the truth was more treacherous than any battlefield. I remember how she used to laugh, how we'd dance beneath the stars, the world untainted by the spectre of war. Now, laughter was a distant memory, buried beneath the weight of looming tragedy. A distant explosion rumbled, shaking the cobblestones beneath us. I flinched, instinctively reaching for Sophia's hand, our fingers intertwining, an unspoken promise to hold on, to withstand the storm. The city of Lisbon had become a crucible, and we were but two pieces of metal, being forged in its fiery embrace. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, the tales of knights and battles, of heroes and legends, but they were overshadowed by the stark reality of our existence. "Why do they fight?" I asked, almost to myself, as we crouched low behind the crumbling wall that once held echoes of joy, of life. Why now, when the world could be so much more? The silence that followed felt like an accusation, a heavy weight pressing against my chest. I wanted to understand, wanted to find meaning in the chaos enveloping us, but clarity was elusive, slipping away like sand through my fingers. In the distance, I spotted a group of soldiers, their faces obscured by grime and exhaustion, but I could see the glint of fear in their eyes. They were young, barely more than boys, thrust into a conflict that had no regard for their dreams or their lives. I remember one of them. His name was Raphael, his eyes a haunted shade of blue, like the depths of a forgotten ocean. "What do we fight for?" he had once whispered to me, and I wished I had an answer, wished I could shield him from the abyss that awaited. Another blast shattered the air, and I watched as Raphael crumpled to the ground, a marionette with its strings cut, his laughter extinguished. I felt something inside me snap, a visceral pain that echoed through my soul. The world narrowed to a single point, Raphael's lifeless body, the blood staining the cobblestones, the shadows creeping in. I remember the weight of despair pressing down, as if the heavens themselves had turned their back on us. "Keep moving," Sophia urged, her voice barely rising above the din, pulling me back from the brink. I followed her blindly, the chaos unraveling around us like an intricate tapestry of horror, revealing the seams of humanity fraying under the strain. Each corner we turned was steeped in tragedy, echoes of laughter now replaced by cries of anguish. We stumbled upon a group of civilians huddled in a doorway, faces pale and ashen, children clutching their mothers' legs, eyes wide with bewilderment. I remember a little girl, her hair braided and dirt-streaked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she clung to a ragged doll, a fragile reminder of innocence in a world gone mad. "Please," she whispered, voice trembling with fear, "make it stop." And in that moment, I felt the weight of 1,000 worlds crashing down on me. I wanted to promise her that it would end, that we would find peace in the chaos, but how could I utter words so hollow? The truth was a wretched beast, gnawing at the edges of hope, revealing the fragility of every dream. Sophia pulled me closer, her grip a lifeline in the storm. "Look," she said, pointing to the horizon where the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire. "Even the sunset is beautiful amidst the darkness." Her voice wavered, a mixture of defiance and despair, yet it held a flicker of hope, a spark that refused to be extinguished. "Maybe," I replied, though my heart was heavy with doubt. What good was beauty in a world that turned away from it? Yet, as we stood there, hand in hand, I could feel something shift within me, a determination, a fierce fire igniting in the depths of my soul. This was our fight, our forgotten front. We were more than just shadows in a war, we were the heartbeat of the city, the whispered stories waiting to be told. The echoes of our lives intertwined with those who had come before us, each moment a thread woven into the tapestry of history. As the darkness closed in, I knew we had to keep moving, to keep fighting not just against the shadows that threatened to consume us, but for those who remained, those like Raphael, the little girl, and even Miguel, lost somewhere in the chaos. We were not alone, even in our solitude, we were the spirit of resistance, the embodiment of every whispered prayer in the night. And so we ran into the abyss, hearts pounding, souls entwined, determined to carve our place in the annals of a story that could never be forgotten. Lisbon would remember us. We would make sure of it. Gunfire shatters the brittle dawn, echoing through the narrow alleys of Madrid like the cries of lost souls. I stand there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat. The smell of smoke mingles with the bitter tang of fear. I remember the faces, those young men, eyes wild with revolution, and the women, fierce with determination. I remember, what was once a city full of laughter now trembles under the weight of desperation. Elena grips my hand tightly, her fingers cold as the steel of a gun pressed against her side. "We fight for tomorrow," she whispers, her voice a fragile thread in the chaos. But tomorrow feels as distant as the stars, and I wonder if we're just ghosts, haunting the remnants of our dreams. She's always been the brave one, the fire in our alliance, yet I see the flicker of doubt in her eyes, the cracks beneath her resolve. Across the street, Miguel crouches behind a crumbling wall, his brow furrowed, face pale. The shadows play tricks, one moment he's a soldier, the next a boy terrified by the world he can't control. What if we lose? His voice trembles like the leaves in the wind, and I feel the weight of that question pressing down on us. What if our dreams of liberty turn to ashes? I remember our laughter in the courtyard, the way we would talk about love, freedom, and the future, while the world outside crumbled. Now, our dreams collide with the harsh reality of a war that doesn't care for innocence. The sound of a distant siren wails, a haunting lullaby of death approaching, and we huddle closer, our breaths mingling in the chill of the air. "Stay close," I murmur, the urgency clawing at my throat. I want to shield them, but I'm just as vulnerable. In a world torn apart by ideology, I'm an island adrift, struggling between the fierce love for my comrades and the gnawing fear for their lives. I remember my father's words, his voice a ghost in my mind. In times of war, loyalty is both a weapon and a curse. Elena's eyes flicker, a storm brewing behind them. We can't run. We can't hide. We must fight. Her conviction is intoxicating yet terrifying. The weight of our choices grows heavier, and I see the specter of betrayal lurking behind her determination. What about the others? The whispers of dissent that grow louder in the shadows? How do we know who to trust when alliances shift like the wind? Across the street, the enemy moves like shadows, their intentions as opaque as the smoke curling from burning buildings. Each round fired is a prayer, a plea, a cry for justice that may never come. And in the heart of that storm, I feel my heart begin to fracture. In the depths of my fear, I remember the stories, tales of heroes and martyrs spun under the stars. But reality has no heroes, only survivors. Can you hear them? I ask, seeking comfort in the familiar cadence of our shared fears. They are fighting for something, just like us. But are we fighting for the same cause? What if our dreams are merely parallel lines, never to meet? I want to scream the truth, but the truth has a way of slipping through our fingers, like sand in an hourglass, each grain a moment lost to the chaos of war. Suddenly, the air shifts, a burst of fire erupts, a scream pierces the air. Miguel's face pales, and I reach out, but he's gone, darting into the fray like a moth drawn to flame. My heart pounds as I watch him run, a desperate act of bravery mixed with reckless abandon. Miguel! I cry, but the sound is swallowed by the cacophony. I remember his laughter, a soothing balm in these dark times. Will I ever hear it again? Elena's grip tightens, and I turn to her. There's a determination in her eyes now, steely and fierce. We have to go, she shouts, pulling me toward the chaos. I move with her, but every step is heavy, a reminder of what we're risking. The streets are filled with shadows, and every corner hides a betrayal waiting to unfold. We weave through the broken bodies of the fallen, their faces haunting reminders of what we stand to lose. It's a grotesque dance, a tragic ballet of life and death. This isn't just about us anymore, I hear myself say, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. It's about everyone. The shout feels like a lifeline, a tether to the world outside our trio. But even as I speak, I feel the knives of doubt twisting in my gut. Are we truly fighting for the people, or have we become pawns in a game far grander than ourselves? A flicker of a memory runs through my mind, our plans, our hopes, our whispers of a better future. Yet, I feel those dreams slipping, fading like mist under the rising sun. Elena! A voice cuts through the din, and my heart stops. It's Miguel, emerging from a cloud of smoke, face smeared with ash. Relief floods through me, but it's quickly eclipsed by the fear I see in his eyes. They're coming! He gasps, pushing through the haze, urgency radiating from him like a beacon. I remember the times we sat under the stars, dreaming of a world where our laughter could echo freely. What do we do? I ask, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on my shoulders. Fight, he shouts, and his voice is a clarion call. Or run. But we must decide now. Time unravels, a web of choices spun in an instant. I feel the ticking of a clock in my chest, racing toward an unknown future, each heartbeat echoing the gravity of our decision. The streets are alive, a battleground painted with despair and hope, a canvas where every stroke could mean life or death. Together, Elena breathes, her voice trembling but resolute. Together, we decide. And in that moment, I realize, this isn't just a fight for survival, it's a fight for the very essence of who we are. The shadows close in, our hearts pulse in unison, and I know, whatever happens next, we will face it together, bound by love, loyalty, and the haunting echoes of dreams lost. And as the sun begins to rise, illuminating the blood-soaked streets, we make our choice. The air crackles with anticipation, and I can feel it in my bones. The future is a storm, and we are the eye at its center. The cacophony fades, leaving only our resolve, our hearts beating in rhythm against the chaos. With every breath, we prepare for the inevitable clash that will define us. The world outside spins on, and we are caught in the web of our fate, tangled in the fierce dance of defiance. The air was thick, heavy with the acrid scent of smoke and the metallic tang of fear, as the first cannonball shattered the silence of dawn. I remember that moment, the shudder that ran through the ground underfoot, the way time seemed to fracture, splintering into shards of chaos. I had been staring at the horizon, where the sun bled red over the fortress walls of Ciudad Rodrigo, when the earth roared with a fury that stole the breath from my lungs. They say a city holds its secrets close, but every twisted alley and crumbling stone of Ciudad Rodrigo whispered the stories of those who fought for it. I was among them, caught in the web of survival and duty, heart pounding like a war drum. My hands trembled not from fear but from a longing, a desire to protect, to fight. My name is Samuel, and I am a soldier, a husband, a man tethered to the fragile thread of hope in the siege that would either break us or set us free. And then there was Clara, my beloved. I remember her face, framed in the flickering light of our meager fire, her eyes like storm clouds brewing with unspent rage and sorrow. I had promised her I would return, but promises are as ephemeral as smoke, slipping away even as they leave their mark. Be brave, she whispered, her voice a fragile thread that held me tethered to sanity. Her laughter, once a melody that filled our home, now echoed in my mind, a bittersweet reminder of what was at stake. Samuel! A shout! My heartbeat quickened. Matthew, my brother in arms, his face a mask of determination and fear, staggered toward me, the very embodiment of urgency. They're breaching the walls. The words were a knife to my gut, slicing through the armor of bravado I tried to wear. I wanted to run to him, to find solace in the camaraderie of our shared purpose, but something in his eyes, something haunted and dark, held me back. I remembered, just for a moment, the smell of freshly baked bread from the town market, the way Clara's hands would knead the dough, her laughter rising like the steam from the ovens. But that was before the shadows crept in, before the French banners unfurled like dark wings against the pale sky, before the world had turned into a harrowing canvas painted with the hues of war and desperation. Samuel, focus! Matthew's voice sliced through my reverie, pulling me back to the present. The walls groaned, a deep, anguished sound that echoed like a dying animal, helpless against the oncoming storm. The siege was not just a battle over bricks and mortar, it was an assault on our very souls. With each explosion, the city convulsed, a living entity racked by the agony of its impending doom. I could hear the terrified cries of civilians, the desperate wails of children. Every sound was a reminder that this siege was not merely a strategic maneuver, it was a reckoning, a test of our resolve. I felt my heart race, a wild drumbeat that matched the cadence of cannon fire. But there was more than just the roar of guns and the clash of steel. Clara's face, etched in my memory, became a beacon amid the chaos. I fought not only for the city but for her, for the future we had dreamed of in stolen moments. I will not let you down, I murmured, though I feared the weight of such words. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced in the dirt, mocking us with their ease. I gripped my sword, the handle slick against my palm, longing for the serenity of simpler times. They bathed once a year, I joked weakly to Matthew, trying to dispel the tightening knot of fear in my chest. So yeah, romance was earthy. A laugh escaped his lips, but it felt hollow, echoing in the void that surrounded us. And then, as if the very heavens conspired against us, the first breach sounded, a thunderous crack, splintering the air like the final note of a dirge. The ground beneath us trembled, and my pulse quickened. This was it. The moment of confrontation. I could see the French soldiers, their faces obscured by the haze of smoke and chaos, pouring through the jagged opening in our defenses like a tide of darkness, an unstoppable force driven by ambition and thirst for conquest. Hold the line! I yelled, my voice raw, the words tearing from my throat like desperate prayers. Matthew nodded, his face set in grim determination, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. It mirrored my own, a haunting spectre that gnawed at my resolve. Would we prevail? Would I see Clara again, or would this chaos consume us all? As we surged forward, swords clashing, the cacophony of battle enveloped us. I fought not just with steel but with every ounce of my being, the fear and love intertwining like a noose around my heart. I could taste the bitterness of blood and sweat, feel the sting of betrayal in every strike. I remembered Clara's hands, roughened by labor yet soft in their grace, and I fought for the world where she would never know this pain. In the throes of battle, we were more than men, we were ghosts of our own making. I watched as Matthew fell, the light in his eyes extinguished, leaving only an echo of what once was. My heart shattered, splintering like the stones of the city we fought to protect. And yet, amid the horror, a spark ignited, a primal rage that clawed its way to the surface, pushing me forward as I screamed into the chaos. I remember the weight of fear on my chest, the way it constricted my breath, but I also remember the flickering hope, a fragile thread woven between the hearts of men. I fought for Sayud Rodrigo, yes, but more than that, I fought for the dreams it held, for the lives intertwined within its walls. And then, as time blurred and the world around me spiraled into chaos, I felt a surge of clarity. I fought not just for the physical walls but for the spirit that resided within, a spirit that would endure beyond the siege. In the heart of this tempest, I understood, we were not just defenders, we were the city's heartbeat, and we would not let it fade into oblivion. With every passing second, the battle raged on, a relentless tide that threatened to wash away everything we held dear. I clenched my jaw, feeling the tendons in my neck strain against the weight of my resolve. The siege was far from over, but the battle within me, the struggle against despair, had begun in earnest. And in that crucible of chaos, I vowed to press on, to fight not just for survival, but for a tomorrow where love could bloom anew, untainted by the shadows of this grim reality. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a baleful eye watching over Almeida, casting its silver light on the cobbled streets that had borne witness to too many tragedies. The silence was deafening, an eerie calm before the storm, as if the very air held its breath, anticipating the violence that was about to erupt. The shadows danced nervously along the stone walls, whispering secrets of loyalty, betrayal, and impending doom. I stood there, pulse pounding, heart thrumming like a war drum in my chest, knowing that the night would change everything. I remember the way Rodrigo's eyes burned with desperation, the flicker of hope amidst the chaos. His hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of the choices he was about to make. He was a man of courage, one who tilted against the winds of fate with a heart that beat loudly in the face of adversity. Yet, he was flawed too, a man who had once sworn to protect the stronghold of Almeida, now poised to betray it for the sake of love. The thought of Clara, her laughter ringing like a bell in his ears, haunted him. He would do anything to keep her safe, even if it meant casting aside all he had sworn to uphold. And then there was Clara, standing in the shadows, her heart a fragile thing. She was a flame, fierce and bright, yet in danger of being snuffed out by the encroaching darkness. The weight of loyalty pressed down on her, her love for Rodrigo, the loyalty to her homeland. She watched him, a storm of emotion swirling within her. Every beat of her heart echoed in the silence, a reminder that love and duty are often on opposite ends of a blade. "Stay with me, Rodrigo," she whispered, her voice a haunting melody. But how could he? He was a soldier, and she was the light that kept him tethered to humanity. As the night thickened, sounds began to creep in, whispers of an approaching army, the clattering of hooves, and the ominous murmur of men preparing for slaughter. The siege was upon them, and Almeida's walls were about to crumble, just like the resolve of those who called it home. Fear gripped me, an icy hand around my throat, as I felt the weight of history pressing down. I could almost hear the clock ticking, every second a heartbeat lost, a soul extinguished. The first explosion rang out, shattering the stillness like a glass dropped from a height. A deafening roar followed, and chaos descended upon the town like a ravenous beast. I remember the smoke curling upwards, tendrils of despair wrapping around me, suffocating and beautiful in its horror. The cries of men and women mingled with the clash of steel, a symphony of anguish that filled the night air. It was a song of despair, one that would echo through the ages, leaving scars on the very fabric of Almeida. Rodrigo, propelled by a surge of adrenaline, charged into the fray, the clash of iron igniting something primal within him. He was a beast unleashed, a man transformed, fueled by fear and the desperate need to protect Clara. Yet, the more he fought, the more he felt the crushing weight of inevitability. He was losing himself in the chaos, a ghost haunting the battlefield he once swore to defend. Every swing of his sword was a prayer, a plea to the gods who had long abandoned them. In the heart of this fray, Clara turned her gaze skyward, searching for answers among the stars. "Why?" she cried out, her voice barely carrying above the din of battle. "Why must we suffer? but the cosmos offered no solace, only the indifferent glimmer of distant worlds. She had always believed in the quaint notion of fate, that love would conquer all. But in this moment, as the walls crumbled around her, she saw the absurdity of it all, love as a fragile thing, tossed aside like broken glass. The ground beneath her feet trembled, a reminder of the chaos unfurling around her. Memories of laughter echoed, bittersweet and hollow. I remember, she thought, the way he held me, the way the world seemed to pause. But now, that world was shattering, and all she could feel was the impending loss, like a tidal wave crashing toward her, consuming everything in its path. Rodrigo fought his way through the throng, a spectre in a world gone mad. He felt the weight of his decisions bearing down on him, each swing of his sword a reminder of what he had sacrificed. For Clara, he muttered under his breath, as if that single thought could shield him from the horrors unfolding around him. But with each foe he felled, the darkness within him grew, a monster fed by guilt and regret. And then, in the eye of the storm, they found each other. Clara's eyes met his, a moment suspended in time. The battlefield melted away, leaving only the two of them, adrift in a sea of chaos. "You came for me," she breathed, a fragile smile breaking through the despair. But before he could answer, a deafening explosion rocked the ground beneath them. The walls of Almeida were crumbling, the very stronghold they had sworn to protect was now a tomb, burying dreams and hopes beneath its rubble. The world blurred, tears mingling with the dust rising from the ground, choking them both with the reality of their fate. In that moment, time stretched and warped, as if the cosmos itself held its breath, teetering on the brink of despair. "Run," he shouted, but the word felt heavy, loaded with the weight of impending doom. They turned, sprinting through the chaos, weaving past fallen comrades and shattered dreams. Each step felt like a betrayal, a surrender to the madness surrounding them. The night was alive with the ghosts of those who had fought before them, their echoes ringing in the depths of their souls. With every passing heartbeat, the battle raged on, a cacophony of despair and glory. The stronghold of Almeida, once a beacon of hope, now lay on the brink of collapse, a testament to the fragility of life, love, and loyalty. As they ran, the shadows of what once was loomed closer, a reminder that even the fiercest flames can flicker and die. And so, as the night grew darker, the shadows lengthened, and the battle continued, we were left with the haunting question, what would remain of Almeida when the dawn finally broke? Time marched on, indifferent to our suffering, and the stars twinkled above, as if mocking a world that had forgotten the true cost of war. The ghosts of Almeida would linger long after the echoes faded, their stories woven into the very stones of the stronghold, forever haunting those who dared to remember. I remember the moment the air thickened, heavy with the scent of smoke and desperation. The night was a tapestry of shadows stretching over the cobblestone streets of Madrid, where whispers of rebellion morphed into cries for justice. A distant explosion shattered the eeriness, and the ground trembled beneath my feet. I clutched the fragile fabric of my shawl, my heart drumming in tandem with the chaos. It was the sound of lives uprooted, of families torn apart, and the haunting echo of history echoing through the starlit sky. In this swirling maelstrom of despair stood Anna, her eyes a tempest of defiance and fear. She was a woman shaped by loss, her spirit forged in the fires of the Peninsular War. The loss of her father, a soldier who had marched away with dreams of glory, had etched lines of sorrow on her young face. Now, she stood at the threshold of a city in flames, a city that once cradled her laughter and now engulfed her in shadows. "When will the ghosts of this war let us breathe?" she cried to the night, her voice breaking like glass. Nearby, Raphael watched her, his soul a battlefield of its own. He was a man torn between duty and desire, the echoes of his own past ringing painfully in his ears. A fervent patriot, he had once dreamt of heroism but had only tasted the bitter remnants of bloodshed. The weight of his rifle felt heavier than the secrets he carried, the truths of betrayal and camaraderie mingled like poison in his veins. To fight for a cause was noble, but at what cost? Bodies piled like discarded dreams haunted him. "Anna," he murmured, stepping closer, "what if this war consumes us whole?" Their gazes locked, time twisting like a ribbon around them. In this moment, the futility of battle hung thick in the air, palpable like the smoke that curled around their feet. They were drowning in a sea of uncertainty, their hearts intertwined yet drifting apart. Outside, the screams of the innocent echoed through the streets, a cacophony of terror that clung to the night like a shroud. I remember the cries of children, high-pitched and piercing. They roamed the alleys, their small hands clutching makeshift toys, fragments of a world that had been shattered. They were soldiers of innocence, too young to grasp the enormity of the conflict swirling around them. "Mama, where is Papa?" they would ask, and I could see the tears shimmering in their eyes, reflecting a universe filled with unanswered questions. The city was a ghost town of dreams deferred, each corner marked by loss, each shadow whispering stories of anguish. In the heart of the chaos, Anna found solace in a crumbling church, its stained glass windows like broken promises. She knelt before the altar, seeking a flicker of hope amidst the despair. "Holy Mary, grant me courage," she prayed, her voice a fragile whisper against the roars of war. But even faith felt like a fading ember, flickering in the wind. She held onto the rosary beads, each bead a memory of better days, and with every prayer, her heart ached for a world where laughter could once again echo through the streets. Raphael followed her, torn between duty and his growing love for her. The war had taught him that the heart could be a battlefield, one where scars were worn as trophies, yet love was a fragile thing, often buried beneath rubble. "Anna," he said softly, "we can leave. We can escape this nightmare." But even as the words left his lips, he knew they were hollow, like promises made in the thick of night, dreams whispered only to vanish in dawn's light. As the night deepened, shadows flickered, and the distant sound of marching boots grew closer, a reminder that the enemy was not just outside but also within. This war had seeped into their bones, leaving behind a stain that refused to wash away. Anna felt the weight of destiny pressing down, as if the very cosmos conspired to keep her and Raphael apart. She closed her eyes, envisioning a future where love could bloom amidst the ashes. "If this is our last night, let it be filled with memories, not fear," she whispered, clinging to the warmth of his hand. But the world outside raged on, a relentless tide of violence and despair, and every heartbeat felt like a countdown to catastrophe. I remember the moment when everything shifted, the air thickening with an ominous promise. The church doors burst open, and soldiers poured in, their faces masked by the horrors of war. "We must fight," a voice boomed, drowning out Anna's cries. Raphael stepped forward, a soldier reborn, yet inside, he was crumbling. "Fight for what?" he shouted, desperation clawing at his throat. "Fight for a future that we don't have." In that instant, the room held its breath, suspended between hope and despair. It was a fracture, a moment where choices collided and destinies were forged. I remembered the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows on the tattered walls, as if the ghosts of the past were watching, waiting for the next move. Anna's heart screamed as she witnessed the man she loved torn between the battlefield and the sanctuary of her arms. She wanted to scream, to shatter the silence that threatened to consume them. "Raphael, please," she pleaded, tears cascading down her cheeks. "Don't let this war steal your soul." Time slowed, the cosmic dance of fate spiraling around them as they faced each other, the world outside forgotten. The soldiers stood waiting, the weight of their weapons a stark reminder of the choice that lay ahead. The clock struck midnight, a haunting chime echoing through the church, a reminder that every moment mattered, that every heartbeat could be the last. I remember the feeling of dread, a gnawing pit in my stomach, as I stood witness to their struggles. The war had forged unlikely alliances, but it was also a cruel mistress that tore apart the very fabric of humanity. In this moment of decision, Anna and Raphael became more than mere characters. They embodied the essence of the Spanish people, broken yet unyielding, terrified but fiercely hopeful. As the soldiers advanced, shadows danced upon the walls, and the world trembled beneath the weight of their choices. The night was alive with possibilities, as if the universe itself held its breath, waiting for the flicker of light amidst the darkness. They were on the brink, and the storm of fate raged all around, an endless cycle of pain and resilience, of love and loss. And in that fleeting moment, as the line between life and death blurred, I knew this was just the beginning. History would not forget their names, they would become symbols of a struggle much larger than themselves. The Peninsular War had birthed a new chapter, one whose impact would resonate through the ages, echoing in the hearts of the Spanish people. And as the clock struck again, marking the passage of time, it was clear that their stories were far from over. They were waiting, hovering on the brink of hope and despair, forever entwined in the tapestry of history. The gunfire cracked through the suffocating stillness like thunder tearing the sky apart. I could barely breathe, heart pounding like a war drum, the bitter taste of fear coating my tongue. I crouched behind a decaying wall, my fingers trembling against the cold stone, every breath a whispered prayer that I wouldn't be found. The moon hung high, a grim witness to the chaos, illuminating the blood-soaked earth that once knew peace. The city, once vibrant with life, now lay draped in shadows, a graveyard of dreams, where hope flickered like a dying candle. Is this how it ends? I thought, staring at the splintered wood of the door beside me, memories flooding in like a tide of despair. I remembered laughter echoing through the streets, the taste of warm bread in my mouth, the warmth of a child's hand in mine. But those days were ghosts, haunting the fringes of my mind. The reality now was a cacophony of screams, the sharp tang of gunpowder, the acrid scent of burning debris, every sense heightened, every moment thick with dread. And then there was Maria, her silhouette like a spectre against the firelight, eyes fierce and wild, a tempest contained within fragile skin. "We can't wait any longer," she barked, her voice slicing through the din, raw and urgent. I wanted to scream back, tell her to be still, to be safe, to not throw herself into the mouth of madness. But I knew better. I knew the fire that burned in her chest, the relentless urge to fight, to claw back the life that was stolen from us, and I admired it even as it terrified me. "Maria, we need a plan," I shouted, my voice a ragged whisper, barely above the din. But she was already moving, darting through the shadows like a wraith, driven by something deep and resolute. She was our leader, the flame that ignited our rebellion, but sometimes I feared how easily that fire could consume her. Then there was Alaric, brooding, rugged, a man forged in the crucible of loss. He stood at the edge of the rubble, eyes scanning the horizon, searching for ghosts of the past or perhaps, the promise of a future. I could see the weight he carried, the pain etched into the lines of his face, a father, a husband, a brother lost in the maelstrom of war. The night was a mirror of his soul, dark and turbulent, but within those shadows flickered an ember of hope, a flicker that danced dangerously close to despair. "I remember when I thought heroes wore capes," he said, voice low, almost lost in the chaos. "Now, they wear rags and carry rifles." There was a humor there, a dark twist that both broke and stitched together our shattered reality. We laughed, but it was a hollow sound, echoing against the ruins, and I could see the tears glistening in his eyes, a fierce longing for the man he once was. The shadows around us twisted and turned, the night alive with the whispers of the past, the ghosts of those who had fought and fallen. Each footfall echoed 1,000 stories, heroes who had risen like the dawn only to be snuffed out, men and women who had dared to dream of liberty in chains. The weight of their sacrifices pressed upon us, a mantle we did not ask for but wore nonetheless. "Tonight, we fight," Maria declared, and there was a fire in her voice that ignited something deep within me. It was the kind of fervor that could bring men to their knees or send them charging into battle, and as the moon bathed us in its ghostly light, I felt myself drawn toward her like a moth to a flame. I remembered the first time I'd seen her, fierce and unyielding, standing on the steps of the old town hall, rallying the broken-hearted, the abandoned. Her voice had been a beacon, calling us to arms, igniting our spirits like the first flicker of dawn breaking the endless night. We were lost, but she made us believe we could be found. And now, as the world crumbled around us, I felt that same fire swell within my chest, urging me to join her, even if it meant stepping into the abyss. "Alaric!" I called, desperation threading through my words. "What if we fail?" The fear hung heavy in the air, palpable, a steel shackle binding my heart. He turned, eyes fierce, filled with a haunting mix of sorrow and resolve. "What if we don't?" His voice was a lifeline, a tether to sanity amidst the chaos. "We fight for them, for the ghosts that haunt these streets. For the dreams we've lost." The words sank into my soul, anchoring me in a moment that felt both fleeting and eternal. We were not just fighting for ourselves, we were storming the gates of despair for every child who had known hunger, for every man and woman who had watched their loved ones vanish into the night. The city was alive with our grief, our rage, our hope, an anthem waiting to be sung. With the crescent moon hanging above us like a sentinel, we charged into the fray, hearts pounding in unison, a symphony of defiance against the darkness. The gunfire erupted around us like a savage choir, but we were not afraid, we were ignited with purpose. And amid the chaos, the fear, and the heartbreak, I remembered, my heart was no longer a solitary beat, it was a chorus of many, a rebellion born from despair, rising from the ashes of forgotten dreams, singing a new song. As I raced forward, I could feel the weight of history upon us, a legacy of those who had dared to rise against tyranny. The city was a battlefield, a canvas of our defiance, and with every step, every heartbeat, I felt the promise of something greater. The rise of the partisan leaders was not just a story, it was our truth unfolding, a tale of the brave, the broken, and the hopeful, all woven together in the fabric of rebellion. In that moment, as the world erupted around us, I understood, we were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the possibility of life, for the dreams that had been silenced, and amidst the chaos, I could finally see it, the flicker of dawn breaking through the night. A single gunshot pierced the thick morning mist, a sound that echoed like a mournful wail across the blood-soaked fields of Salamanca. I remember the chill that gripped my spine, a sensation that twisted like a serpent, coiling tighter with every heartbeat. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and gunpowder, and my breath came in ragged gasps, tasting like ash. A battle was brewing, but it felt like a storm was gathering inside me, a tempest of fear and resolve. Jonathan stood beside me, his eyes wide with the ghosts of his past, memories clawing at him like a pack of starving wolves. He was my friend, my brother in arms, but today he seemed more like a shadow than a man. "We're going to die here," he muttered, a grim smile twisting his lips. I wanted to laugh, to tell him how absurd that notion was, but the truth hung heavy in the air. I felt it, deep in the marrow of my bones, an ominous weight that threatened to crush us under its burden. To my left, Clara, a fierce spirit clad in the uniform of our cause, adjusted her grip on the rifle, the knuckles of her hands white with tension. She had always been the heart of our small band, but today, that heart felt like a fluttering bird, trapped, desperate to escape. "Don't think like that," she said, her voice steady, yet I could see the tremor beneath the surface. She was trying to hold us together, to be our beacon, but how could one tiny flame stand against the winds of war? I wanted to tell her that we would all be fine, that this would be just another story to tell in the tavern, with laughter echoing through the rafters, but my words caught in my throat like a stone. I remember the thunder of hooves, a rumble that vibrated through the ground beneath us, like the pulse of the earth itself shuddering in anticipation. The enemy was close, their banners waving like dark clouds on the horizon. Fear danced through the ranks, a silent contagion that swept over us, and yet, a strange exhilaration bloomed in my chest. This was it, the moment we had trained for, the crucible that would forge our destinies. The thought sent a thrill through me, a jolt that ignited every nerve ending. "Remember the plan!" I shouted, as if it would somehow drown out the dread swirling around us. "Hold the line, keep your focus." I wanted to believe in our strategy, our valor, but the shadows creeping across the field whispered of chaos and despair. It was a cruel irony. Here we stood, ready to fight for freedom, for a cause greater than ourselves, and yet the very ground beneath us felt treacherous, like quicksand waiting to swallow us whole. I saw Jonathan's hands tremble as he fumbled with his musket, the glint of the metal in his palms reflecting the sun just breaking through the clouds, illuminating his face with a strange, ethereal glow. "What if I miss?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper, the question ringing in my ears like a death knell. "What if I'm not brave enough?" I wanted to reach out, to reassure him, but my own heart was a prisoner of fear, each thud a reminder of what lay ahead. Across the field, a horn blared, slicing through the tension like a knife. It was a harbinger of chaos, a signal to unleash the storm. I could see the enemy advancing, a wall of faces twisted in rage and hunger, the clash of metal ringing like a funeral dirge as they began their charge. Clara turned to me, her eyes fierce, igniting a spark of courage within me. "We fight together," she declared, and in that moment, I felt the weight of our shared resolve, a bond forged in the fires of hope and desperation. And then, the world erupted. The cacophony of battle roared to life, shouts, cries, the crack of musket fire, and the sickening thud of bodies hitting the ground. Time fractured, moments stretching like taffy, each second heavy with the weight of what was unfolding. I remember the chaos, the blur of movement, the blood staining the earth, the cries of the wounded rising like ghosts into the twilight. I fought alongside Jonathan and Clara, our movements instinctive, a dance of survival. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, a wild river carrying me forward, propelling me into the fray. The fear was still there, gnawing at the edges of my mind, but it mingled with a strange exhilaration, a sense of purpose, of belonging. We were here, together, and that tether gave me strength. But then, in the thick of it, I lost Jonathan. One moment he was there, a heartbeat away, and the next, he was gone, swallowed by the chaos, a scream lost in the uproar. I felt my heart lurch, the world narrowing to a pinprick of darkness. "Jonathan!" I called out, my voice swallowed by the tempest. The ground felt unsteady beneath my feet, each step a reminder of the fragility of life. How could we be fighting for something greater when the very fabric of our lives was unraveling before our eyes? Clara's laughter rang out, a sound that felt almost surreal amid the horror, her spirit unbroken even as the battle raged around us. "We're still alive," she shouted, her eyes sparkling with a fierce determination that ignited the embers of hope within me. I wanted to believe her, to cling to that spark, but the specter of loss loomed over me, a dark shroud that threatened to snuff out our flames. Then came the turning point, a moment etched into my memory like a brand. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the battlefield, I saw Clara's silhouette against the backdrop of chaos, charging forward, a warrior unyielding. The sight was so powerful it took my breath away, and I found myself running after her, propelled by the desperate need to protect her, to save the fragile thread tethering us to hope. But fate is a cruel mistress. I heard the shot before I saw the man fall, a body crumpling to the ground like discarded dreams. "Clara!" The world slowed, the noise of battle fading into a haunting silence, the kind of quiet that lets you hear your own heart break. I dropped to her side, cradling her head as if it were made of glass, fragile and precious. "Stay with me," I begged, my voice trembling, tears mixing with the dirt on my cheeks. Her eyes, once fierce, flickered like a dying flame, and for a moment, in the chaos of loss, I felt the weight of it all, the dreams, the battles, the love and laughter we had shared. Time stretched, but in that fleeting moment, I felt something shift within me. This battle, this fight, was not just for liberty, it was for the very essence of who we were, a testament to our existence etched into the annals of time. And as I held Clara in my arms, her breath fading, I knew that this was only the beginning, a reckoning that would echo far beyond Salamanca. The battle raged on, but the heart of our resistance beat fiercely, against the odds, against the tide of despair. This was not the end, it was merely a new chapter, the haunting melody of war entwined with the promise of hope. The night was suffocating, the air thick with the acrid taste of fear as shadows danced along the crumbling walls of the retreat. Wellington stood at the precipice of history, his heart thundering louder than the distant cannonades echoing through the hills. The ghosts of battles past haunted him, whispering doubts that clawed at the edges of his resolve. It was a dark time, one that demanded clarity in chaos, yet his mind flitted like a moth drawn to a flame, a flicker of a memory, the laughter of a child, the soft touch of a lover lost to the unforgiving tide of war. "Hold the lines," he muttered, not to his officers but to himself, as if uttering the words could anchor him in the tempest. He felt the weight of every man who had fought under his command, each one a heartbeat in the cacophony that raged around him. Every face he had seen, every soldier who had placed his faith in him, now loomed like specters at the edge of his vision. Meanwhile, across the darkened landscape, Captain James Thornton paced like a caged animal, the gravel crunching beneath his boots a constant reminder of his restless spirit. He had a family, a life waiting for him on the other side of this madness, yet all he could think about was the approaching storm, the French, with their red coats like a tide of blood rolling inexorably toward them. "Home," he whispered, each syllable laced with longing. The word clung to his tongue like the taste of salt on a fresh wound, a reminder of what he stood to lose. "Do you think they know?" His voice was barely a breath, yet it carried the weight of 1,000 fears. He looked over at Lieutenant Sophia Merrick, who was staring into the distance, her expression unreadable. She was a fierce spirit, fierce enough to take on the world with nothing but her sharp wit and sharper tongue. But now, even her bravado seemed to waver, her eyes betraying the turmoil beneath her composed exterior. "They know, James," she replied, her voice steady but laced with an undercurrent of grief. "They know we're here, and they know we're afraid." A flicker of pain crossed her face, a testament to the losses she had witnessed. The friends turned to memories too quickly in the face of cannon fire and bloodshed. She had seen the world unravel, strip away its layers of civility, revealing the raw, pulsing heart of humanity beneath. They stood amidst a fragile alliance of camaraderie and despair, the evening sky a palette of bruised purples and bleeding reds, echoing the turmoil within them. The wind howled like the cries of the fallen, carrying with it the scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of a looming fate. What if we don't hold them? The question hung heavy, a specter of uncertainty that loomed larger than the enemy itself. "Then we die trying," James said, his voice a steely whisper, a desperate grasp at courage. It was a promise wrapped in defiance, a testament to the unyielding spirit that resided not just within him, but in every soldier who had marched under the British colours. They were not just fighting men, they were fathers, brothers, lovers, even heroes in their own right. And yet, as they prepared for the onslaught, the clock ticked mercilessly in the background, each second a reminder of their mortality. The lines of Torres Vedras were not just fortifications, they were a symbol of hope, a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness. Each soldier behind those lines was a heartbeat echoing against the inevitable, clinging to life, clinging to each other. The night deepened, the atmosphere thickening with the heavy breaths of men waiting for a fate they could not control. The tension was palpable, a taut string stretched to its breaking point. Wellington, in his command, felt the weight of every soul on his shoulders, a mantle of dread and responsibility. He could almost hear their silent prayers, mingling with the distant sounds of the French advance. And then there it was, a moment, a flash of light in the encroaching darkness. The sound of drums, the beating heart of the army, resonating like the pulse of an impending storm. The French were here, and with them, the thunder of war. The atmosphere shifted, fear morphed into adrenaline, and Wellington's command rang out, slicing through the night like a blade. "Stand firm!" In that instant, the world around them blurred, the lines of time and reality dissolving into chaos. Sophia gripped her musket tighter, every fibre of her being screaming for survival, for meaning in the madness. "For home," she shouted, her voice a battle cry, igniting something deep within those around her. "For home," echoed James, the words a rallying point in an ocean of despair. And in that shared cry, something shifted, the weight of desperation transformed into an unbreakable bond, a collective heartbeat against the tide of fear. The night erupted, a maelstrom of gunfire and shouts, as the lines of Torres Vedras came alive with the sound of war. The sky lit up with flashes of fire, shadows dancing like phantoms in the chaos. Wellington moved through the fray, not as a leader but as a part of the living, breathing entity that was his army, an extension of their hope and fear, their dreams and nightmares woven together in the fabric of battle. In that moment, amidst the noise, the terror, and the primal instinct to fight or flee, the truth laid bare before them. They were not just soldiers, they were human beings caught in a moment of time, wrestling with the cosmos, wrestling with destiny itself. And as the battle surged around them, a singular thought anchored each one: what lay beyond the horizon was not just war, but the aching promise of home. And so, in this fierce storm of emotion and tumult, they braced themselves for the inevitable clash, a confrontation not only with the French but with their own fears, their own desires, and the ever-elusive dream of peace. In that charged moment, they were more than soldiers, they were the heartbeat of history itself, trembling on the edge of the abyss, poised to leap into the unknown. The streets were silent, but the air crackled with an electric tension, the kind that races up your spine and makes every heartbeat feel like a drum solo in the middle of a quiet church. I stood there, frozen, watching as shadows danced with the flickering light of the few remaining candles, their soft glow clashing against the encroaching darkness of the night. They had come, and with them, the whispers of death. I remember the tales told by my grandmother, how the French soldiers, clad in their striking blue and white uniforms, were like wolves, predatory, merciless. But the truth was far more sinister. They were ghosts haunting the edges of our existence, turning the streets of Lisbon into a graveyard of dreams. I could hear the distant clamor of boots against cobblestones, a sound that clawed at my chest, creeping into the corners of my mind like an unwanted spectre. Lisbon was awake in a way you couldn't quite explain. The moon hung heavy, a voyeur to the chaos that was about to unfold. I clutched my sister's hand tight. Beatrice's eyes were wide, reflecting the dim light with a mix of innocence and fear. She was just a child, barely old enough to comprehend the weight of the world crashing down around us. Her fingers trembled, and I could feel her heart racing, a frantic song that echoed mine. "They won't hurt us," I whispered, though my own voice quivered with uncertainty, betraying the very conviction I tried to convey. "They're just men. Like us." But deep down, I could feel the truth, the gnawing doubt that twisted like a knife in my gut. We were not merely standing on the precipice of invasion, we were trapped in a nightmare we couldn't escape. And then there was Raphael, my childhood friend turned reluctant soldier, standing at the edge of the alley, his body taut like a bowstring ready to snap. I could see the glint of sweat on his brow, the way his hands fumbled with the hilt of his sword, as if it were a snake that might bite him. He was no longer the boy who had raced with me through the narrow streets, laughing and pretending we were heroes. Now, he was a man shaped by fear and desperation, grappling with the weight of an expectation that felt like iron chains. "Are you ready?" I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat, suffocated by the looming dread. I remembered the last time I saw him smile, the way his laughter had danced through the air like sunlight breaking through clouds. How far we had fallen since then. The night thickened, a tapestry woven with the threads of uncertainty. In the distance, the sound of cannons boomed like thunder, a harbinger of the chaos that was about to set our world ablaze. I could feel the vibrations in my bones, the palpable fear that smothered the air around us, an invisible net tightening with each passing second. "Stay close to me," I whispered to Beatrice, my voice as fragile as the flickering flames. Her small body pressed against mine, a fragile anchor in this storm of chaos. I could smell the remnants of smoke and sweat mingling in the air, a heady reminder that we were no longer safe in our own home. Raphael took a step forward, his expression hardened, etched with the gravity of the moment. "We can't let them take our city," he said, his voice low and fierce, a battle cry soaked in desperation. But I saw the tremor in his hands, the way his resolve wavered. He was fighting a war within himself, torn between loyalty to his country and the haunting specter of his own mortality. The ground shook beneath us, and with it, the world seemed to fracture. A scream sliced through the air, raw and primal, a sound that clawed at my heart and sent shivers racing down my spine. "They're here!" I gasped, my breath hitching as the shadows morphed into figures, dark silhouettes looming closer, bearing the weight of our doom. I forced myself to look, to confront the horror that awaited us. The faces of the soldiers were painted with a chilling detachment, as if they had been stripped of humanity, reduced to mere instruments of destruction. Eyes that held no malice, only the coldness of calculating efficiency. "They don't see us." Not yet, I thought, but the thought felt like a lie, a futile whisper against the tide of terror washing over me. Raphael stepped back, his bravado crumbling under the weight of reality. "We need to fight," he said, but there was a hitch in his voice, a crack that revealed his doubt. "What if we die?" The question hung in the air, heavy as iron chains, an anchor to our despair. I wanted to scream, to shake him from his reverie, to tell him that death was the least of our worries. What awaited us was far worse. "We can't think like that," I said, trying to inject courage into my voice, but it came out shaky and weak. Beatrice's small hand squeezed mine tighter. In her eyes, I saw a flicker of defiance, a spark that ignited a long-buried fire deep within me. "We'll fight," I whispered, as if the act of saying it might conjure the strength we desperately needed. The first shot rang out, a deafening crack that shattered the silence, and the world plunged into chaos. My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a war drum, the rhythm of impending doom. I looked at Raphael, and for a brief moment, time stood still. In those charged seconds, I saw not just a friend, but a brother, a fellow warrior standing at the brink of oblivion. And in that fleeting moment, as the shadows closed in and the night erupted into violence, I understood fear and love were inextricably intertwined, the yin and yang of our existence. We would fight not just for our city, but for each other. We would face death hand in hand, standing against the tide of despair, refusing to let it consume us. But as chaos erupted around us, I felt the chilling grip of reality settling in. This was just the beginning, and the true battle lay ahead, a battle that would carve our fates into the annals of history, where echoes of our cries would linger long after the last bullet was fired. The darkness was closing in, and I could feel the heartbeat of the night matching my own, a pulse that promised not just destruction but a relentless quest for survival. And as we stepped forward, into the fray, into the abyss, I could only hope that the light within us would shine brighter than the shadows that sought to swallow us whole. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of gunpowder, wrapping the battlefield in a shroud of despair. The soft whimper of a wounded horse cut through the chaos, a haunting sound that clung to the heart like a dark secret. I remember the sky, a bruised canvas of grey, threatening to spill its anger at any moment. The ground beneath me shook, not just from the rumble of artillery but from the collective heartbeat of humanity. Fear, courage, despair, and the relentless pursuit of survival all pulsed through the soldiers, mingling with the cries of the fallen. Is this what it means to be alive? I thought, clutching my rifle, the cold metal biting into my palm. I was not a hero, I was a scared boy masquerading as a soldier. My name is Claude, and this was the Battle of Vitoria. The French had once been a leviathan on the battlefield, but now we were like shadows, flickering in the fading light of our power. The whispers of defeat danced on the wind, chilling me to the bone. Across from me stood Pierre, my closest friend, a man as brave as he was reckless. His laughter had once echoed like the sweet chime of a bell, but here, amid the carnage, it was swallowed by the roar of cannons. "It's just a game of chance, Claude," he had shouted, even as cannonballs screamed overhead, their deadly arcs plotting our demise. But I saw the flicker of doubt in his eyes, the way his hands trembled like brittle leaves. I felt it too, the creeping horror that maybe, just maybe, this wasn't just another day of skirmish but the end of everything. There was Liliane, a nurse stationed far too close to the action, her spirit fierce, her heart aflame. She moved among the wounded with an urgency that belied the chaos. I watched her wrap torn linen around a soldier's bleeding leg, her hand steady even as the world around her crumbled. "You can't give up," she urged, her voice steady as she leaned down to press a kiss to the young man's forehead, a flicker of humanity in this grim theater of war. But I could see the weariness etched on her brow, each life she touched seemed to drain a little more of her own. "You'll survive this," she whispered, though I could hear the tremor beneath her brave facade. In the throes of battle, time slipped away like sand through an hourglass, each grain marking a moment of terror. I remember the ground beneath my feet soaked with blood, the cries of the dying mingling with the savage laughter of fate. The French might have once marched with pride, but here they stumbled, their banners tattered and their spirits frayed. The silence that fell after the cannon's roar was deafening, a void filled only by the cries of the wounded and the whispers of the dying. I turned to Pierre, and for a fleeting moment, our eyes locked, a silent pact forged in the fire of shared fear. "We fight for home," he said, though his voice was barely above a whisper. I wanted to scream that home felt like a distant dream, a mirage disappearing into smoke. I wanted to tell him I was terrified, of death, of loss, of the abyss that awaited us all. But we stood there, two boys pretending to be men, caught between valor and the grim reality of our fate. The battle surged again, a tide of chaos that threatened to drown us. I felt the heat of the sun on my back, a mocking reminder of life beyond this blood-soaked field, where children laughed and lovers kissed without fear of cannon fire. And yet, here we were, fighting a war that felt more like a fevered dream than reality, one moment filled with the thrill of survival, the next with the dread of imminent death. I remember falling, the world spinning around me as I hit the ground, the earth rising to meet me like an old friend. I could taste the dirt and blood mingling on my lips, a stark reminder of my mortality. Panic clawed at my insides, a wild beast seeking escape. But then I saw Liliane, her figure silhouetted against the chaos, moving with grace, with purpose, pulling a man from the rubble as if she could bring him back from the brink. And in that moment, the realization hit me, her struggle was our struggle, her fight our fight. We were all threads woven into the same tapestry of existence, frayed yet unyielding. The French forces were tumbling, retreating like leaves caught in a tempest, and I felt the weight of despair pressing down on me. I wanted to scream, to shake sense into those around me, to wake them up from this nightmare. But the reality was too palpable. Their eyes were hollow, their dreams extinguished like flickering candles in a storm. I remember the moment it all shifted, the tide turning against us. A surge of British forces erupted from the shadows, their shouts rising above the din, a battle cry that echoed through my bones. My heart raced, pumping adrenaline through my veins, but the fear gnawed at the corners of my mind. I could see Pierre falter, his bravado slipping as he raised his weapon, and I knew the truth: we were not invincible. "Fight, Claude! Fight!" he shouted, desperation lining his voice. But I was frozen, a statue of fear and doubt. I could feel the walls closing in, the weight of history pressing down on us. This was not merely a battle, this was the decline of an empire. I could almost hear the ghosts of those who had fallen before us, their whispers mingling with the wind, urging us to remember. And then, in a heartbeat, time stretched. The clash of swords, the thud of bodies hitting the ground, the air thick with the scent of blood and loss, it was all I could see, all I could feel. I was trapped in a moment that promised nothing but heartache and despair. The ghosts danced around us, mocking our folly, and I could hear their laughter, haunting echoes of what we had become. "Remember," they urged, a chorus of the lost. I squeezed my eyes shut, fighting against the tide of despair that threatened to pull me under. "We will be remembered," I whispered into the tumult, a desperate prayer against the impending darkness. But the shadows loomed, and the battle raged on, relentless and unforgiving, a storm of fury that swept us along, whether we wished to fight or not. And as I stood there, at the precipice of despair, the echoes of history surrounding me, I understood something profound: the battle was not just for land or power, it was for our very souls. In that realization, I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me, a defiance against the chaos, a promise that we would not fade into oblivion without a fight. With each heartbeat, each breath, the struggle continued, weaving our lives into the fabric of fate that would never truly end. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the Battle of Vitoria raged on, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, we had the power to choose fear or fight, despair or defiance. I remember. The air hung thick, suffocating, as the distant echoes of gunfire shattered the fragile silence of that fateful evening. I stood at the edge of the village square, heart pounding, every beat a drum warning of the chaos to come. Shadows danced under the dim flicker of street lamps, their light barely penetrating the creeping darkness that wrapped around us like a shroud. I could hardly breathe, the weight of fear pressing down on my chest, a physical presence that made every inhale a struggle. I remember the look on Maria's face, eyes wide, brimming with unshed tears, a flicker of disbelief etched deep amongst the laughter lines. She had always been the strong one, a beacon of hope in our turbulent world, but at that moment, she was merely fragile, struggling to make sense of a reality that hung precariously by a thread. "How could this be happening?" she whispered, the question curling around us like smoke. The answer was as haunting as the night: France had fallen, and with it, our world began to crumble. Antonio, my brother, stood beside her, fists clenched, jaws set in determination. His spirit was ablaze, igniting an inner fire that clashed violently with the despair swirling around us. He had always spoken of honor and valor, of fighting for freedom, but did he truly grasp the cost of those words? I wondered, as I watched him shift, his restless energy a stark contrast to the stillness that enveloped our surroundings. "We cannot let this stand," he shouted, the fervor in his voice slicing through the gloom. "We must resist. We must fight." His resolve resonated within me, but it also terrified me. With every passing moment, the reality of our situation tightened around us like a noose. I could see the fear in the villagers' eyes, hear the whispers traveling like wildfire. Germany had invaded France, and the ripples of that invasion were crashing against our shores. Spain, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage, the walls closing in, the air thick with the stench of treachery and betrayal. The weight of history loomed above us, a pendulum swinging, counting down to the moment when we would have to choose between safety and resistance. I remember the smell of fresh bread wafting from the bakery just across the square. How strange it felt, that scent, so comforting, yet tainted now by the spectre of violence. Maria reached for my hand, her touch grounding and electric at once, as if she were both a lifeline and a spark igniting something deep within me. "We can't wait," she urged, panic rising in her voice like the tide. "We need to decide what side we're on before the shadows consume us." The shadows, the very essence of my fear, creeping, curling, and coiling around my heart. They whispered of secrets and hidden agendas, of loyalties torn apart by the winds of war. How ironic it was that in our attempts to shield ourselves from the storm, we might instead become the very storm we feared. I felt the weight of Maria's gaze, her uncertainty echoing against my own. In her vulnerability, I found my own, raw, real, and terrifying. Antonio's voice broke through the fog of my thoughts. "We have to act," he insisted, the fire within him escalating to a blaze. "If we don't fight now, we will lose everything." In that moment, I could see the man he wanted to be, the hero, the valiant warrior. But heroes are often forged in the fires of sacrifice, and I could not shake the feeling that his fervor would lead us all into an abyss from which we might never return. I remember the clock tower tolling, its chimes reverberating through the stillness like a heart beating, relentless, steady, a reminder that time was slipping away. Each toll felt like a countdown to a confrontation we could not avoid. The air grew tense, thick with unspoken words, as we stood at the precipice of a decision that would shape our lives forever. "We can't act without a plan," I said, my voice trembling, filled with uncertainty. "We might be walking into a trap." My fear clashed against Antonio's courage, creating a palpable tension that crackled between us like static electricity. Maria squeezed my hand tighter, as if to anchor me in this swirling storm of emotions. But then the sound of footsteps echoed down the cobblestone streets, the heavy march of soldiers with boots thudding against the ground, the approach of a darkness even more tangible than the shadows. They were coming for us. For our dreams, our hopes, our very souls. I felt my heart race, the pulse of impending doom pounding in my ears. "What do we do?" I breathed, panic clawing at my throat. Antonio's resolve flickered for just a moment, doubt etched across his brow, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "We fight. We fight or we die." His declaration hung in the air, a challenge, a promise, a desperate plea to the universe itself. And in that instant, I realized, I felt it deep within, the choices we made in that moment would forever alter the course of our lives. Our personal battles, our fears, our love, tangled in a web of destiny that was growing tighter by the second. The soldiers drew nearer, their shadows stretching across the cobblestones, and I could no longer tell if it was them or the darkness creeping into my soul. I remember the faces of my friends, the laughter we once shared now a haunting echo. And I remember the silence that followed, the dread that seeped into the cracks of our resolve. The line was drawn, and we were standing on one side, teetering on the edge of an abyss, staring into the unknown. As the footsteps approached, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, urging us to make a choice, to fight, to flee, to stand still in fear. But in that moment, I also felt the flicker of hope. Somewhere amidst the chaos, amidst the fear and heartbreak, lay the possibility of resistance, of defiance, of taking control of our own fate. And that flicker ignited something primal within me, a wild, unquenchable fire, as I stood in solidarity with Maria and Antonio, ready to face whatever horrors awaited us in the darkness beyond. The clock struck again, a reminder that time was fleeting, that the moment for action was now. I took a deep breath, grounding myself in the present, in the chaos, in the love that bound us together. The shadows loomed, but so too did the light of our courage, the raw, bleeding essence of what it meant to be alive in a world that threatened to swallow us whole. The storm raged, but we were ready to meet it head-on, hearts beating as one, ready for the reckoning that lay ahead. The air crackled with tension, thick and heavy, like the fog that draped itself over San Sebastian, swallowing the cries of the wounded and the whispers of the dying. A distant explosion shattered the stillness, and the ground shook beneath me, a violent reminder that this was no ordinary day. I crouched behind a crumbling wall, heart racing, pulse thrumming like a war drum. This was survival. I remember the smell of gunpowder mingling with the brine of the ocean, the city's defiance against the storm that raged within and around it. I was not alone. Nearby, Elena huddled, her face streaked with dirt and fear. She gripped a rifle, knuckles white, resolve and dread competing for dominance in her eyes. Once, she had been a nurse, a healer, but now, in the heart of this chaos, she was cast into a role she never wanted, a fighter. I could see it in the way she breathed in sharp, short gasps, the way her shoulders flinched at every distant sound. "I can't do this," she whispered, voice trembling as she glanced down the street where shadows danced like phantoms, and the echoes of gunfire were punctuated by the moans of the fallen. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that fear was a natural companion in war, but the words caught in my throat, heavy with the weight of my own uncertainty. Across the rubble-strewn square, I spotted Matteo, his eyes wild with a mix of desperation and rage. He had been a soldier long before this siege began, but the man I knew was slipping away, replaced by a figure of raw instinct and survival. He clutched a blooded bayonet, the weapon glistening in the pale light, a knife that could separate flesh from bone. In moments like these, violence was a language, and he spoke it fluently, but the cost weighed heavy on his soul. I could almost hear the ghosts of his past, the screams of those he'd lost, echoing in the silence that followed each gunshot. "Move," he barked, and the command sliced through the air, sharp and urgent. Without thinking, I pushed forward, adrenaline fueling my legs, each step a prayer, each breath a plea. The city loomed around us, a labyrinth of crumbling buildings and whispered histories, every corner concealing memories that were both beautiful and broken. The sun dipped lower, crimson light spilling across the horizon, painting the sky in hues of despair. Elena's gaze was fixed on it, the fading light reflecting the flicker of hope in her heart, the belief that we could emerge from this, that we could survive and reclaim our lives. But as darkness settled like a shroud over the city, I felt that hope dimming, shadows creeping in, wrapping around our fears. The alley was narrow, walls looming like giants, suffocating and oppressive. My fingers brushed against the cold stone, feeling the pulse of history, the laughter of children playing, the lovers whispering sweet nothings, now ghosts in this crucible of destruction. I turned to Elena, and in that fleeting moment, I saw her as she once was, vibrant and full of life, not just a spectre caught in the crossfire. "Remember the festival?" I asked, hoping to anchor us in a world we once knew. Her lips curved, just slightly, and the smile was bittersweet. The lights, the music, the happiness. But it faded, the memory eclipsed by the present. "What if," she started, but the words hung in the air, unfinished, as if fear choked them back. "Don't," I said sharply. "We can't think like that now." But I felt it too, the crushing weight of possibility and regret. Then came the shout, a guttural sound that pierced the night. Matteo had spotted movement, a figure darting between the ruins, and before I could process it, he was off, sprinting toward the shadows. My heart raced, not for the chase, but for the uncertainty. What awaited us in that darkness? I followed, the dread a familiar companion, closing in like a vice. Gunfire erupted, sharp and staccato, and I ducked instinctively, the sound ricocheting off the walls. But there was no time to think, the city was alive with chaos, a cacophony of destruction, screams mingling with the cries of the wounded, a symphony of anguish. I felt the grit of the pavement under my palms, the taste of iron in the air, and with every heartbeat, I could feel my own mortality pressing in. "Matteo!" I shouted, desperation spilling from my lips. The shadows were thick, swirling around us, and I could see him, just a silhouette now, confronting the enemy, rage and terror intertwining in his stance. I wanted to rush in, to pull him back, but something held me there, the raw reality of this moment. Then silence cracked open the night. A scream, Elena's voice, sharp and piercing, echoed through the alley like glass shattering. My heart dropped. No. I bolted forward, driven by instinct, by fear, by something primal deep within. The sight of her brought time to a standstill. She lay sprawled on the ground, a dark pool spreading beneath her, eyes wide, shimmering with disbelief. The world around us faded, her breath came in ragged gasps, each one a reminder of the fleeting nature of life. I tried, she croaked, tears mingling with the dirt on her cheeks, a heart-wrenching confession that tore through my soul. Time stretched, every second stretching into infinity. I knelt beside her, cradling her head, feeling the warmth ebb away. The weight of my own cowardice crashed over me like the tide, drowning me in guilt. No, 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 I whispered, panic swirling in my chest. You're going to be okay. You have to be okay. But in her gaze, I saw the truth. The light was fading, and no amount of pleading could save her now. The city, it was beautiful, she murmured, words barely escaping her lips, a ghost of the woman I knew. Remember, I screamed, an unholy sound that ripped through the night, a sound of desperation and loss. In that moment, the shadows deepened, engulfing me in their embrace, and the weight of the world pressed down, suffocating and relentless. I was lost in the chaos, in the turmoil of what was and what had been, and as the dawn threatened to break, I realized that the battle was far from over, it had only just begun. The air hung thick with the scent of smoke and blood, an acrid reminder of the war that had just ravaged the land. Somewhere, a clock ticked loudly, the sound echoing against the crumbling walls of what had once been a bustling marketplace, now a graveyard for dreams and ambitions. I could hear her voice, a haunting melody of despair, crying out from the shadows. What have we done? She whispered, the weight of a nation's guilt resting on her shoulders like a shroud. Elena stood at the edge, her hands trembling as she clutched the tattered remnants of a letter, the Treaty of Cadiz. The parchment felt like a ghost in her fingers, cold and lifeless. It promised peace, but as she read the words again, the ink blurred by tears, it felt like a betrayal. How could they promise peace when everything was still burning? The echoes of cannon fire haunted her, mingling with the cries of the wounded who would never return home. In that moment, I remembered my own treacherous heart, filled with the naive hope of a child. But hope had no place here, just as love had been buried beneath the rubble of ambition and greed. I could see it in the lines of her face, each wrinkle a testament to sleepless nights spent worrying whether her family would survive this new reality. They had fought for freedom, but what was freedom when the cost was so devastating? Then there was Marco, his presence a dark shadow slinking through the marketplace ruins. He had once been a soldier, a hero in the eyes of the crowd. Now, he was a spectre of himself, haunted by the faces of those he had lost. I remember the night they laughed together, the sound ringing like bells of joy, unaware that joy could be so fleeting. Now, he was a ghost, walking through memories, searching for meaning in the chaos. His anger flickered like a flame, threatening to consume him. They think they can end the war with a piece of paper, he spat, the bitterness heavy in the air. They don't know what it means to lose everything. I felt the weight of his words settle in my chest, a heavy anchor pulling me deeper into despair. It was as if the world had shrunk, leaving only the three of us, Elena, Marco, and the aftermath. The city around us was a labyrinth of broken promises, where shadows danced mockingly, and hope felt like a cruel joke. Do you remember the stars? Elena asked suddenly, her voice breaking through the darkness. When we used to lie on the grass, dreaming of what could be. The question lingered, a frail thread connecting us to a forgotten past. I remembered the twinkling lights, the infinite possibilities shimmering above us. But that was before the war, before the shadows had taken root in our hearts. Those stars are gone, Marco said, his voice a low rumble, thick with grief. The sky is empty now. We filled it with our hatred. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath us, a reminder that the earth was still shifting, still mourning. I felt the vibrations course through my body, a visceral echo of everything we had lost. Beneath the surface, the world was still restless, still alive. But we were not. I watched Elena, her gaze drifting toward the horizon. They signed it, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The treaty. But do they know the scars it left behind? The families torn apart? The souls that will never find peace? The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that stretched across the empty streets like whispers of the dead. There was a beauty in the decay, an eerie silence that wrapped around us, holding us hostage to our own grief. I could almost hear the ghosts of our past, haunting the alleys, reminding us of every mistake, every betrayal. Maybe they think it's over, Marco said, his voice heavy with cynicism. But it's never over. Not for us. His eyes burned with intensity, a fire fueled by pain. We're the ones left to carry this burden. We're the ones who have to live with it. I wanted to scream, to make him understand that he didn't have to bear it alone. But the weight of our collective sorrow felt too immense to share, a chasm that had opened wide between us, filled with all the things we couldn't say. Elena turned to us, her expression fierce, the flicker of determination sparking to life in her eyes. Then we fight. Not with weapons, but with our voices. We tell our story, and we make them listen. They took everything from us, but they can't take our truth. I felt the warmth of her hope wash over me, momentarily dispelling the darkness. Could we, the broken remnants of a once vibrant community, truly stand against the tide? Could we turn our pain into something beautiful, something that would echo through the ages? But the shadows loomed large, whispering doubts that clawed at the edges of our resolve. I looked at Marco, the fire in his heart dimming as he wrestled with his demons. What if they don't listen? He asked, vulnerability creeping into his voice. What if we scream and the world remains silent? Then we scream louder, Elena said, her voice gaining strength. We scream until the walls shake, until the ghosts of our past are unburdened from our souls. I felt my heart quicken, the rhythm matching the pulse of our shared resolve. But the weight of the Treaty of Cadiz loomed ahead, a symbol of a fragile peace that felt impossibly out of reach. Each word echoed in my mind like a clock ticking down, counting the moments until everything would either shatter or begin anew. The darkness whispered around us, the air thick with tension, as the horizon began to bleed crimson. I knew we were on the precipice of something monumental, a confrontation with our own despair. The echoes of the past were all-consuming, yet somehow, the flicker of hope in Elena's eyes ignited a spark. Let's write our own history, I said, the words slipping out before fear could take hold. Let's make them remember who we are. We are not just remnants of war, we are the heartbeat of this land. And in that moment, I felt something shift. The darkness didn't disappear, but it felt less suffocating, less alone. Together, we stood at the threshold of a new dawn, not knowing what lay ahead, but resolute in our choice to keep fighting, to keep breathing life into the ashes of our past. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows lengthened, and I understood that this was only the beginning. The story was far from over. The ghosts would linger, but we would not be defeated. We would write our own treaty, one that echoed through the ages, capturing every heartbeat, every tear, every flicker of hope. And as we stood on the brink, the world held its breath, waiting for what would come next. The air was thick with gunpowder and smoke, a choking blanket that wrapped around the small village of Villafranca. The cries of men echoed like the wails of banshees, piercing the night with a chill that seeped into the bones. I stood there, heart hammering in my chest, just outside the makeshift hospital, where the wounded lay piled like broken dolls, their pain a symphony of groans and whispers. I remember the smell, blood mingling with the acrid scent of charred earth, a grotesque perfume that settled over everything, clinging to my skin like regret. I remember Sophia, her hand shaking as she bandaged a soldier with trembling fingers. She was only 17 but had seen horrors that would age any soul beyond recognition. Her eyes flickered with a fire that belied her innocent frame, a flicker that danced between despair and determination. If I can save one, she would say, voice wavering yet resolute, then it's worth the risk. Each word dripped with the weight of the world, and I could see the shadows of doubt creeping into the edges of her resolve. They were ghosts haunting her, reminding her of everything she could lose. And then there was Elena, a widow already before the war had twisted her life into a tapestry of loss. Time had worn her down, yet her spirit remained unbroken, a wildflower growing from cracked concrete. She had a sharp tongue, though, a blade that could cut through a man's bravado like a surgeon through flesh. Men are fools, she'd scoff while preparing rations for our band of rebels, her laughter a haunting melody that echoed off the stone walls. They fight for glory, but they bleed just like the rest of us. She moved with a grace that belied the chaos, her laughter juxtaposed against the wails of the wounded, a reminder that life continued even amidst death's shadow. I remember the night they came for us, the French soldiers, their boots heavy with purpose, marching like specters through the moonlit streets. The air crackled with tension, and we huddled in the shadows, hearts pounding like war drums. I could feel Sophia's breath quicken beside me, her anxiety palpable, each gasp a soft plea to the universe for survival. Elena, Ever the warrior, clutched a rusted dagger, her grip steady but her eyes betraying the storm within. The moment stretched, a taut string ready to snap, and in that breathless stillness, I felt time unravel, each second a thread pulled taut, fraying at the edges. "Stay close," Elena whispered, her voice a fragile thread holding us together. I glanced at Sophia, her youthful face illuminated by the eerie glow of lanterns flickering like dying stars. There was a beauty in her fragility, an unyielding strength that refused to be extinguished. "We can't let them take us," she breathed, and a wave of resolve washed over me, anchoring us all. But that night, we became more than just women caught in the throes of war, we became the embodiment of defiance. Each heartbeat was a rebellion, each breath a cry against the fate that sought to cage us. The soldiers swept through the village like a tempest, their laughter cruel and mocking, but we stood firm, wrapped in the fierce resolve of sisterhood. I remember the way our hands linked together, a powerful chain forged in the crucible of fear and fury, and I felt invincible, until the first shot rang out, a gunshot that shattered the night and sent us scattering like autumn leaves in a storm. In the chaos, I lost track of Sophia. My heart clenched, a vice tightening around my chest as I fought against the tide of bodies. The screams were a cacophony, rising and falling like the tide. I remember the way her eyes looked for me across the chaos, wide and desperate, and then they were gone, swallowed by the dark. I stumbled through the debris, searching for any sign of her, but the shadows taunted me, wrapping around my fears like a lover's embrace. She was out there somewhere, fighting for her life, fighting for every breath. And then I found myself standing before a soldier, his face obscured by a mask of darkness, eyes glinting with a feral hunger. "You think you can fight?" he sneered, the mocking challenge curling like smoke between us. I had a choice, and in that moment, every choice I had made, every sacrifice, crystallized into a single, agonizing truth. "I am not afraid," I whispered, though my voice trembled like a fragile leaf in the wind. With a rush of adrenaline, I lunged forward, fueled by the fear of losing everything I had come to love. But the world was merciless. As his hand closed around my throat, I felt the cold grip of despair tightening, a familiar enemy. I could see flashes of Sophia's laughter, hear Elena's scornful jabs, and the beauty of my memories mingled with the horror of the moment. My hand scraped against his armor, fighting against the weight of inevitability, but I was not alone. Elena was there, her dagger gleaming under the moonlight, a beacon of rebellion that pierced through the dark. In the end, it was not just the fight for survival, but the fight to be seen, to be heard, to exist in a world that sought to erase us. I remember the warmth of friendship amidst the chill of death, the laughter that became our armor, the tears that became our strength. We were women in a war, yes, but we were also warriors, ghosts that refused to be silenced. As the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, I realized that we had become a force of nature, unstoppable yet fragile, fierce yet vulnerable. The battle was far from over, and the weight of what lay ahead pressed heavily on my chest. I remember the promise of another day, another fight, and I could feel it calling to us, echoing through the ruins of what we once knew. Each heartbeat was a whisper, a vow that we would not fade into the shadows of history, that our names would be carved into the annals of time, intertwined with the destiny of those who dared to dream. And as the sun rose, illuminating the chaos around us, I knew we would rise, too, bound by an unbreakable bond forged in the flames of war. The night had passed, but the echoes of our struggle would linger forever, etching our stories into the fabric of the universe, a testament to our resilience, our defiance, our indomitable spirit. The clock struck midnight, its haunting echo ricocheting through the empty streets of Berlin. Shadows danced in the corners of crumbling buildings, whispering secrets of a city still recovering from the wounds of war. A single street lamp flickered uncertainly, casting elongated silhouettes that seemed to grasp at the remnants of hope. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the air thick with the smell of soot and despair. Memories of gunfire and anguish lingered like ghosts, refusing to let the past fade. This was not merely a city, it was a living testament to pain, a battleground for the souls caught in the clash of ideologies. I remember Anna's face, the way her eyes shimmered with defiance even as her heart shattered into 1,000 pieces. She was a daughter of the rubble, a survivor who wore her scars like armor, never willing to yield to despair. "We can't let them take our voices," she had whispered, her breath warm against the chill of the night. I could see the fire in her, a flickering flame striving against the suffocating darkness. But every flame, no matter how fierce, has its limits. Then there was Lucas, his broad shoulders hunched against the weight of a world he no longer recognized. He was a soldier turned spectre, haunted by choices that clawed at his conscience like unseen leeches. Each step he took felt heavy, as if he were dragging the chains of his past behind him. I remember the emptiness in his eyes, those once vibrant windows to the soul, now dulled by the memories of comrades lost and dreams extinguished. "What do we fight for?" he had asked me one evening, his voice trembling. "What is left to believe in?" Time was a cruel mistress, and the war had shattered it into fragments. Days blended into nights, each moment stretching endlessly, filled with the echoes of shattered dreams and unfulfilled promises. I was caught in their whirlwind, a spectator to their struggles, my own heart torn between loyalty and despair. The tension crackled in the air, palpable and suffocating, like the weight of the world pressing down upon us. Every heartbeat was a reminder of the fragility of our existence, the delicate thread that held us together unraveling at the seams. I remember the first whispers of change. They started as soft murmurs, like the rustling of leaves in a dying autumn. People began to gather, their faces etched with a mix of fear and determination. They spoke of democracy, of a future reborn from the ashes of tyranny. They dared to dream of a Europe united, not just by treaties, but by the shared scars of a history that had threatened to consume them whole. It was intoxicating, like a warm drink on a freezing night, but danger lurked in the corners, waiting to snatch away that fragile hope. There were factions, of course. Shadows of old regimes still loomed large, their tendrils creeping into the hearts and minds of the weary. I remember standing at the edge of a crowd as Anna spoke, her voice rising above the din, a clarion call piercing through the fog of uncertainty. "We must stand together," she cried, her words a rallying cry that made the very air vibrate. But even her voice faltered against the roar of dissent, the cracks in unity growing wider with every passing day. Lucas, torn by his past, wrestled with his own demons. He longed for peace, yet the spectre of conflict clung to him like a second skin. Watching him struggle, I felt the weight of his turmoil. "I can't trust them," he muttered one evening, fists clenched at his sides. "How do we build a future with ghosts of the past shackled to our feet?" His voice trembled, raw and vulnerable, and I felt the sharp sting of his words pierce through me. I wished I could offer him solace, but the truth was we were all haunted, each of us carrying our own shadows. As the political landscape shifted, so too did the emotions that simmered beneath the surface. I remember standing in a makeshift cafe, the air thick with the scent of burnt coffee and unfulfilled dreams. News of alliances formed and broken echoed through the room, each revelation crackling like electricity in the air. People whispered of the Soviets and the Americans, of promises made and broken, of ideologies clashing like titans on a battlefield. The intensity grew, a fever pitch that was both exhilarating and terrifying. Each conversation felt like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. "What will become of us?" the woman lamented, her hands trembling as she clutched her cup, the porcelain rattling against itself. The fear was palpable, a living entity that wrapped itself around our throats, choking out hope. But Anna, oh, Anna, she refused to be silenced. I watched as she fought relentlessly against the tide of despair, her spirit a beacon in the night. "We are not defined by our scars," she reminded us, her voice strong and unwavering. "We are the architects of our future." I felt the power in her words, a promise that ignited something deep within me, a flicker of possibility that refused to dim. Yet, like the night that blankets the day, uncertainty lurked in the shadows. I could see it in Lucas's eyes as he grappled with the ghosts of his past, each memory a chain that bound him to a history he desperately wished to escape. I could feel the tension crackling in the air, a storm brewing on the horizon, threatening to sweep us away before we could even grasp what we were fighting for. Every hour felt like a year, each moment a fragile thread woven into the fabric of our collective fate. The clock ticked on, a metronome guiding us through a symphony of chaos and hope, the notes sharp and discordant. It was a delicate dance, one where every misstep could lead to tragedy. I felt it, the weight of every decision pressing down on my shoulders, the fear of the unknown wrapping around my heart like a vine, squeezing tighter with every beat. Time seemed to stretch, each second a lifetime as we stood on the precipice of change. I remember the night I thought we might just make it, that perhaps the dream of a united Europe could be more than an ephemeral wish. But reality is a cruel mistress, and as the past clawed its way back into our lives, the shadows threatened to engulf us once more. And so, we stood, caught in the eye of a storm, the winds of change swirling around us, uncertain of what lay ahead. The air hummed with the tension of possibility and fear, our hearts beating in sync, each pulse a reminder that the struggle was far from over. As the echoes of conflict reverberated in the distance, I could only hold on, anticipating the clash of worlds that would come crashing down upon us, knowing that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, bound by our scars and our dreams. The air hung thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, a bitter perfume that clung to the earth like a curse. In the dusky twilight, the shadows of men flickered against the crumbling walls of the old fortress, their faces twisted in anguish, fears laid bare. I stood among them, heart pounding, pulse racing like a war drum, every heartbeat echoing the unrelenting chaos that surrounded us. The distant rumble of cannon fire was a growl in the throat of a beast, a reminder that death was never far behind. I remember the moment when everything changed, the moment when I saw Thomas, my brother, pinned beneath the weight of his own shattered dreams. I could almost hear his whispered plea for mercy, but the world had no ears. He was a soldier, steadfast and proud, yet in that moment, he was a fragile husk of what was once a man. The fear in his eyes pierced through me, a dagger of despair. I wanted to scream, to shake him from this nightmare, but my voice was lost among the clamor of men chanting the names of gods, ghosts, and glory. "Catherine! Get back!" Thomas's voice, sharp as a blade, sliced through the chaos. I hesitated, rooted to the earth, watching as his eyes darted around, frantic, desperate. He was the hero of our family, the one who would bring honor to our name, but here he was, like a moth ensnared in a spider's web, each thread a reminder of the sacrifice demanded by this war. I remember the clinking of metal, the feel of the cool steel of my own dagger, the weight of it heavy in my hand. It was meant for protection, but now it felt like a cruel joke. The tactics we had studied together, the elaborate maneuvers and formations, lay scattered like broken bones on the battlefield. The Peninsular War had turned the rules of engagement into ashes, and the ghosts of old strategies haunted us, taunting our ineptitude. I could almost see the specters of generals past, their eyes hollow, mouths twisted in mockery as they observed us stumble through the blood-soaked dirt. "Thomas, please," my plea was swallowed by the roar of a cannon. The explosion sent a tremor through the ground, and I felt it in my bones, a visceral reminder that we were all just marionettes dancing on strings frayed by the fury of war. My heart raced, filled with a wild mix of fear and longing, a desperate hope that somehow we could reclaim what was lost. But how could we reclaim victory when the very definition of it was shifting like sand beneath our feet? Then there was Elena, the healer, her hand stained with the remnants of shattered lives. She moved like a spectre through the chaos, her gaze steady, yet haunted by the echoes of the fallen. I had watched her patch wounds and wipe fevered brows, her strength a beacon amid the storm. But as we stood together, she clutched my arm, eyes wide with the terror of knowing what lay ahead. "It's only a matter of time, Catherine. We can't outrun the ghosts of our choices." I remember her words, a chilling reminder that the legacy of this war was not just written in the annals of history, but carved into our very souls. The tactics of the battlefield had shifted, yes, but so too had the hearts of men. We were no longer mere soldiers, we were broken vessels carrying the weight of a world torn asunder. The strategies that once brought honor now felt like shackles, chaining us to a cycle of violence and despair. The moon hung low, a silver witness to our struggle, lighting up the night with an eerie glow. I could almost hear it whispering secrets of ancient battles, of knights and chivalry long gone. But what good were swords when the heart was the true battlefield? I clenched my fists, remembering the laughter we once shared, the dreams we had spun together like silk. It all felt so far away now, lost in the fog of war. "Catherine!" Thomas's voice again, sharper this time, pulling me back to the present. "We have to move. They're coming." The urgency in his tone ignited a fire within me, a desperate yearning to cling to life, to fight back against the darkness. We stumbled forward, adrenaline coursing through our veins like wildfire as we darted through the narrow streets, shadows flickering at the edges of our vision, reminders of those who would never escape. Every corner we turned felt like a gamble, each step a dance with death, the sound of our breaths mingling with the cries of the wounded. I could almost see the specter of strategy hovering above us, mocking our every move, reminding us that the glory we sought was tainted with blood and betrayal. The weight of our choices pressed down like a heavy cloak, suffocating and relentless. Do you remember when we played at being soldiers? I whispered to Thomas, trying to summon a smile, a flicker of the innocence we had lost. His laugh was shaky, a sound that echoed with a mix of pain and nostalgia. We always said we'd be heroes. But we didn't know what it would cost, he replied, his face pale, eyes haunted by the ghosts of our navet. And in that moment, the truth struck me like a bolt of lightning. This war was not just a clash of armies, it was a battle for our very souls. As the drums of war echoed in the distance, I felt the world shift once more. The night was alive with the promise of chaos, and we were its unwilling puppets. The tactics we had thought would lead us to victory had morphed into something grotesque, an unsettling symphony of loss and betrayal. I felt the weight of our legacy pressing down on us, a reminder that in the end, all that remained were the stories we would tell, of love and heartache, of battles fought not just on the field, but within ourselves. We turned the final corner, and I held my breath, poised on the edge of uncertainty, the battlefield stretching before us like a dark abyss. The ghosts were closing in, the echoes of our past failures and victories mingled together in a cacophony of despair and resolve. And as we faced the oncoming storm, I knew one truth above all else: history would remember us, not for the strategies we employed, but for the hearts that beat bravely against the encroaching darkness, the indomitable human spirit that refused to be silenced, even when the last echoes of war faded into silence. The sirens wailed, slicing through the quiet of the night like a knife, an electric pulse of fear that jolted through every street and alley. In that moment, as the world went still, a young woman named Ilara stood pressed against the cold brick of an abandoned building, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. Outside, shadows danced under the flickering streetlights, a grotesque ballet of chaos, as the echoes of distant gunfire rattled her bones. She could taste the ash in the air, bitter and acrid, a reminder of what was at stake. "I remember," she muttered, her voice barely audible above the cacophony. "I remember the laughter before the bombs fell." It was a sweet memory, vivid and alive, a flickering candle in a suffocating darkness. It belonged to a time when her brother, Jonah, would spin wild tales of heroes and monsters to inspire her. Memories like that felt like ghosts now, haunting, relentless. Jonah was out there, somewhere in the fray. He had always been the brave one, but that courage now felt like a cruel joke, a cruel twist of fate. Would he return? Doubt gnawed at her, wrapping its tendrils around her heart. She could almost hear his voice, teasing her relentlessly, "Come on, Ilara, quit daydreaming. You think history will remember you for staring at the stars." But now, the stars felt distant, celestial bodies flickering in a cosmos that had forgotten them. As she clenched her fists, the weight of the war hung heavy, a shroud of despair. The stories they had shared, of dreams and destinies, of love and loss, were now eclipsed by the harsh reality of shattered homes and fractured lives. Would there be hope to cling to when the dust settled? Or would the world be left with nothing but the remnants of what once was? Across town, in a cramped artist studio filled with the scent of oil paints and turpentine, an old man named Armand sat hunched over a canvas, his hands trembling with age and grief. Each stroke of the brush was a prayer, a desperate effort to capture the chaos outside, to give life to the fear that consumed him. "I remember," he whispered to the empty room, "I remember the beauty in the world before this darkness." His eyes, once bright and filled with the spark of creativity, now mirrored the turmoil of the city. The haunting images of the war seeped into every brushstroke, transforming scenes of violence into surreal interpretations, warriors frozen in agony, landscapes distorted, colors bleeding into one another like the souls lost in a senseless dance of destruction. He painted not just to reflect the world but to confront it, to speak truths that were too often silenced by the roar of gunfire. But his heart was heavy with doubt. Would anyone see his work? Were these expressions of pain worth the canvas they were painted on? He thought of Ilara, her spirit still fighting, clinging to the threads of hope that wove through their shared memories. "This is for you, Ilara," he said softly, his voice cracking. "I'll paint until my hands bleed." The desperation in his words hung in the air like smoke, thick and suffocating. As the night deepened, the city became a ghost town, an echo of its former self. Ilara's thoughts spiraled, a whirlwind of what ifs and should-haves. She felt the world closing in, each passing moment stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. "What are we becoming?" she cried out into the darkness, her voice swallowed by the void. "What will the stories say?" In the depths of her despair, a distant flicker of hope ignited. She remembered Jonah's stories, not just the heroic tales but the ones woven with laughter, the absurdity of life amidst chaos. "It's all about perspective," Jonah used to say, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Even in the darkest times, there's humor to be found." Like, they bathed once a year, so romance was earthy. A laugh escaped her lips, unexpected and jarring, slicing through her sorrow. She could almost see Jonah's grin, a beacon in the storm. Perhaps this war would redefine them, shape their narratives into something raw and powerful. Meanwhile, Armand's paintbrush danced feverishly, the color swirling like a tempest. He painted not just the war, but the resilience that flickered stubbornly in the hearts of those still standing. He poured their fears, their laughter, and their sorrow onto the canvas, crafting a mural of humanity that would echo long after the bombs fell silent. "This is our legacy," he breathed, his heart racing with purpose. "This is what they will remember." Night turned to dawn, and as the sun pierced through the haze, the world held its breath. Ilara stepped into the light, a fierce determination igniting within her. With every beat of her heart, every breath of air, she would gather the scattered remnants of hope. She would weave her own story, not just of survival but of defiance. Not just of war, but of the laughter that once filled their home. And as Armand stood before his canvas, the first rays of sunlight illuminating the strokes of his brush, a profound understanding settled upon him. His art would speak louder than words, reaching into the shadows, whispering promises of a future carved from pain and beauty. "They will see us," he vowed, with a heart full of defiance. "They will remember." The war raged on, but within the chaos, amidst the ruins, a new narrative was born, one that would echo through the ages. In scattered memories and vivid colors, in laughter laced with sorrow, they found a purpose that transcended the battlefield, a story that would never truly end. The night was dark, but dawn was coming, and it would bring with it the power to create, to dream, and to remember. The night was thick with tension, cloaked in the biting chill that wrapped around the ruins of the once proud city. Shadows whispered through the crumbling streets, echoes of lost voices, a soldier's laughter, a mother's sob, a lover's final farewell. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of history in the air, heavy and pressing like a hand on the chest. Monuments loomed like silent sentinels, each stone a testament to the anguish and bravery that had soaked the soil beneath them. I remember when I first noticed the monument, an imposing figure carved from granite, the face of a soldier frozen in agony, his eyes distant, reflecting 1,000 memories. The inscription was weathered, but the words still cut deep, asterisk for those who fell, whose names were never spoken. Asterisk, I felt the chill of those unnamed souls wrap around me, a reminder that history remembers some but forgets most. Just a few steps away, I met Isabella, her eyes dark pools of sorrow glistening under the fading light. She was a historian, a fierce protector of memories, yet haunted by her own. The Peninsular War had taken her grandfather, a brave man who fought in the chaos and carnage, yet left behind only a tattered letter and a heart full of questions. I searched for him in the shadows, she confessed, her voice trembling. But all I find is silence. And then there was Matteo, a sculptor, passionate yet flawed, his hands stained with clay and grief. He poured his soul into his art, shaping the faces of the fallen, each stroke a desperate attempt to breathe life into the forgotten. "Every chisel strikes at my heart," he would say, his brow furrowed in concentration, "but it's the silence that screams the loudest." His workshop smelled of dust and despair, but it was a sanctuary, a refuge where the ghosts of the past gathered, begging to be remembered, to be honored. Together, we wandered the streets where battles had raged, where life had clashed violently against death. Each step felt like a dance on the edge of a blade, the memories swirling around us like leaves caught in an autumn wind. The scarred walls seemed to whisper secrets, stories of bravery and betrayal, love and loss, as we searched for the truth buried beneath the rubble. "Why do we remember?" Isabella asked one evening, as the sun bled into the horizon, casting an orange glow over the crumbling ruins. "Why do we build monuments?" The question hung in the air, thick and heavy, like smoke from a distant fire, consuming, intoxicating. Matteo shrugged, his expression a mixture of determination and despair. "To keep the stories alive," he said, his voice low, almost reverent. "To ensure they aren't just shadows in the night." But shadows are powerful creatures, aren't they? They cling to us, wrap around our ankles, tease our minds with glimpses of the past. I remember standing before a statue of a general, his arm raised in defiant triumph, the bronze glistening under the dying light. "The glory of war," I murmured, irony draping my words, so beautifully tragic. Isabella's laughter was sharp, tinged with bitterness. "Glory? More like a graveyard for dreams." She looked away, her heart heavy with the weight of unspoken thoughts, thoughts of a battlefield strewn with bodies, of mothers wailing for sons who would never return. And there we were, three souls navigating the labyrinthine corridors of memory, feeling the echoes of the past pulse around us, a rhythm of heartbeats long stilled. The monuments stood witness to our struggle, their stony faces forever etched with the pain and pride of those who had fought. As night fell, the air grew thick with shadows, each corner cloaking memories waiting to be unearthed. We stumbled upon a hidden square, a relic of a forgotten time, broken cobblestones and crumbling facades, littered with the remnants of lives once vibrant. In the center stood a fountain, dry and cracked, but still powerful in its silence. "This is where they gathered," Matteo breathed, his voice trembling with emotion, where joy mingled with sorrow. "We can feel it, can't we? The weight of history pressing down on us, the stories of those who walked these streets before us. It's intoxicating, a mixture of triumph and tragedy." I remember, Isabella whispered, her breath catching in her throat, "the faces in my family's portraits, the eyes that followed me, full of dreams and despair." "I remember," Matteo echoed, his hands trembling as he pressed them to the cool stone of the fountain, feeling the vibrations of the past. The laughter that filled the air before the cannons roared. And just like that, the ground beneath us seemed to quake with the echoes of their memories, compelling us to listen, to hear the stories that begged to be told. We were surrounded by ghosts, figures cloaked in the fog of time, their lives intertwined with ours, their love and loss spilling into our present. In that haunting silence, I felt a chill creep up my spine, a realization that time is a fickle mistress, always slipping through our fingers. The monument scratched at the edges of our hearts, urging us to remember, to honor those who had come before, to become the custodians of their stories, the vessels through which their voices could rise once more. Isabella's eyes sparkled with fervor. "We must create new monuments," she insisted, a fire igniting within her. "Not just of stone, but of memory, of love and pain." "I'll carve their faces into the walls," Matteo vowed, determination etched into the lines of his face. "Their stories will echo through time." And as we stood there, under the gaze of 1,000 silent witnesses, I felt it, the collective heartbeat of history, a song woven from the threads of sorrow and joy, echoing through the shadows, calling us to remember, to honor, to live. The night deepened, and the stars blinked overhead, distant yet resolute, reminding us of the vastness of time and the fragility of memory. I took a breath, heavy with the weight of all we had seen, all we had felt. In the fading light, the monuments stood tall, guardians of the past, waiting for the dawn to break, for the stories to rise once more. The shadows whispered, the echoes beckoned, and our hearts, bound together by the threads of memory, pulsed with the urgency to remember. And as we turned to leave, I knew this was only the beginning. The stories would not end here. They would linger in the air, igniting a fire that could not be extinguished, a legacy that would ripple through time, forever calling us back. The air crackled with the smell of gunpowder and sweat, a stinging reminder of the chaos unfolding as the sun dipped below the horizon, bleeding colors across the sky. In that moment, in the midst of ruin, I stood with my heart pounding like a war drum. I could hear the distant cries of men, voices that once held dreams now reduced to screams of desperation, their hopes extinguished in a single, brutal flash. This was the Peninsular War, a relentless tide of slaughter and sacrifice sweeping across the land, and I was trapped in its merciless grasp. I remember the chill that ran down my spine as I clutched a tattered letter, its ink blurred by the rain that mingled with my tears. The words were a lifeline, an anchor to a world made of memories. Clara, my sister, her laugh, the way her hair danced in the wind, the warmth of her hand in mine, now only shadows in my mind. She was gone, swept away by the very violence that wrapped its hands around my neck. Every heartbeat echoed her absence. I could almost hear her whispering, "Don't forget me." But how could I forget? The ghosts of our past haunted me, wrapping their icy fingers around my throat, squeezing until I gasped for breath. Across the field, under a cloud of smoke, stood Javier. A soldier with a spirit too bright for this darkness, yet even the sunniest days can't escape the storm. He clenched his rifle, knuckles white, and the rage in his eyes flickered like a candle in a gale. He was fighting not just the enemy, but the suffocating weight of despair pressing down on him. I could see it in the way he moved, the tension coiling in his muscles, ready to spring forth like a viper. For Clara, he shouted, and it wasn't just a battle cry, it was a prayer, a desperate plea to the universe that life could still hold meaning. I remember his voice, raw and full of anguish, cutting through the cacophony of death. Death was a familiar specter, shadowing our every step. I could feel its icy breath against my neck, a reminder that even in our defiance, we were ultimately powerless. The ground pulsed beneath us, thrumming with the weight of souls lost. I closed my eyes, wishing it all away, wishing for the simple joy of a quiet evening with Clara, laughter echoing amidst the vibrant colors of a sunset. But those days were gone, swept away by the tide of history, leaving only remnants behind, fragments of porcelain, broken dreams, and the relentless march of time. Time, oh how it warps and twists. I could feel it slipping through my fingers, each moment a grain of sand in an hourglass, relentless and unforgiving. I felt trapped in a never-ending loop of fear and loss, the sound of cannon fire marking the seconds like a dark clock set to a morbid rhythm. "We're fighters, not ghosts," I whispered to myself, but the words tasted bitter, leftover ash from a fire long extinguished. As the night deepened, shadows danced around us, twisted shapes that seemed to come alive, mocking the living. I spotted a child, no more than 10, clutching a ragged doll, her eyes wide with terror, reflecting the flames that flickered like lightning across the battlefield. Who could protect her from this madness? Who could shield her from the cruelty of fate? The absurdity of it all struck me like a bolt from a clear sky. Children shouldn't bear the weight of war, they should be chasing butterflies, not hiding from bullets. Javier took a step forward, the weight of his rifle heavy in his hands, and I felt the air shift. This was his moment, his chance to be more than a soldier, to be a savior. "We'll get her out," he vowed, and I saw in his eyes a flicker of resolve amidst the storm. But I questioned, could we truly save anyone? Save ourselves? The burden of fear clawed at my insides, gutting me, leaving me hollow. "I can't," I murmured, but the truth settled in my throat like a rock. I had to try. There was a surge of energy, a tide rising within me as I grabbed Javier's arm. Together, I breathed, feeling my pulse sync with his. In that moment, we were more than just survivors. We were warriors. We were the flickering flame in a world dimmed by despair. With a shared nod, we plunged into the fray, hearts racing, every step a rebellion against the darkness that sought to engulf us. Gunfire erupted around us, each crack a reminder of our mortality, but I pushed forward, driven by a force I couldn't name. Together, we snatched the child from the ground, her small hands trembling in ours. I felt the warmth of her life, her fragile hope, and it ignited something deep within me. "Run!" I screamed, and we darted through the chaos, weaving through the specters of war, the sound of our own heartbeats drowning out the clamor. But war has its own cruel sense of humor, and it wasn't long before the shadows closed in, the walls closing tighter around us. I remember the moment the darkness swept over Javier, the look of shock in his eyes as he fell, a stark contrast to the burning sky above. Everything slowed, every heartbeat echoing in my ears, every breath a plea for the universe to intervene. But the universe was indifferent, and in that moment, I felt the crushing weight of reality. Javier! My cry was swallowed by the night, but I clung to hope, desperation clawing at my throat. I could not lose him, not now, not when we had come so far. Yet here I was, caught in a nightmare, with the echoes of Clara's laughter fading into the din of destruction. And as I turned to face the encroaching void, I realized that this was not just a battle for survival. It was a fight for the very essence of our humanity amidst a world that had lost its soul. The child's grip tightened around my hand, her innocent faith a beacon in the encroaching darkness. I could feel her warmth, her fragile heartbeat sending ripples of resistance through my weary bones. I remembered, how could I forget? The weight of history, of struggle, of those who had come before us. Their sacrifices, their lives woven into the fabric of this land, echoed in my veins, urging me forward. And as the night wrapped its cold arms around us, I held on. I held on to the flicker of hope, the memory of laughter, the promise of dawn. As the battle raged on, I could almost hear Clara's voice, a whisper woven through the chaos, "Don't forget me." But as I plunged into the fray, I understood, none of us would ever truly be forgotten. We were stitched into the very essence of this land, lost and found, forever intertwined in a tapestry of struggle and triumph. And in that eternal moment, amidst the fire and the fury, I knew our stories would never die. They would linger, alive in the hearts of those who came after us, a reflection of the resilience that binds us all. The battle may rage on, but we would remain, haunting echoes in the corridors of time, whispering of hope, of love, of the unyielding human spirit that refuses to be extinguished. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder, the screams of men echoing in a dissonant symphony of chaos. I stood in the heart of it all, my heart pounding like a war drum, the earth trembling beneath the boots of soldiers charging forward. They were ghosts, shadows flickering in the firelight, each face marked by the same desperate yearning, life, freedom, revenge. I could taste their fear, a metallic tang mingling with the metallic clink of swords. It was a world where hope was a flickering candle, threatened by the winds of despair. And in that maelstrom, I saw them, two souls tethered together by fate, yet pulled apart by their own demons. There was Thomas, a sergeant cloaked in grit and blood, his hands shaking not from cowardice but from the weight of his choices. He'd seen too much, the blood of friends staining his memory as much as the battlefield. I remember the first time I pulled the trigger, he confessed, his voice a ragged whisper amidst the thunderous roars. It felt like releasing a caged beast. I thought I'd feel powerful, but it was more like unleashing the storm. His eyes glinted, reflecting the flames of destruction, haunted by all he had lost, all he had wrought. Beside him was Isabella, a spirited woman with a heart fierce as a tempest, wrapping herself in the guise of a nurse but wielding her courage like a weapon. "They say courage is a lion's roar," she murmured, stitching wounds while her own bled freely within. "But here, I feel more like a mouse, scuttling around in the dark, praying I'm not caught." Her laughter felt like glass, beautiful, yet sharp enough to cut deep. The hospital tents were filled with the stench of blood and sorrow, yet she carried light like a flickering lamp, refusing to let it dim even as shadows closed in. And then there was Jacob, a boy barely into manhood, yet burdened with the weight of a soldier's heart. The echoes of laughter from simpler days haunted him. "I remember my mother's smile," he said, clutching a tattered photo of a family that felt more like a ghost than a memory. "I wish I could go back to when my biggest worry was dirt under my nails." He was a boy forced to grow up too fast, cradling the fear of death like a bitter fruit. But here? "Every breath is a whisper of fear that this might be my last," he admitted, glancing at the horizon where the sun painted the sky red, a haunting omen. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows over the battlefield, I felt the air shift. The tension thickened, each heartbeat resonating with the impending storm. The Peninsular War was more than just a sequence of battles, it was a crucible, shaping the very understanding of conflict, a twisted nursery for the lessons that future generations would grapple with. The strategic blunders echoed through time like the tolling of a distant bell, marking the cost of arrogance. Every mistake made here whispered into the ears of tomorrow's leaders, underestimating the spirit of the people, the power of guerrilla warfare, the desperation that fuels resolve. Thomas, Isabella, and Jacob stood on the precipice of change, unaware that their fates were woven into a larger tapestry. Every choice they made, every drop of sweat and blood, would ripple through history, influencing conflicts yet to come. The ghosts of the Peninsular War would linger, a haunting reminder of the price of ambition and ignorance. And then, in a sudden surge of adrenaline, a charge erupted from the enemy line. The air crackled with the sound of gunfire, a violent symphony that echoed the pulsating rhythm of a heart on the brink. I felt the rush of fear choking me, the palpable tension surging like a tide. I turned to Thomas, whose eyes blazed with a terrifying determination. "This is it," he said, voice low and fierce, as if summoning the strength of 1,000 ancestors. The weight of his past hung heavy, but he bore it like a crown. "Hold on tight," Isabella shouted, her hand steady as she prepared to tend to the wounded, even if it meant braving the chaos. She was a lioness in the eye of the storm, her spirit like a beacon amidst the darkness. "We can't lose hope, not today." Jacob clutched his weapon, the weight of it both foreign and familiar. He was a child in a man's world, grappling with the specter of death that danced ever closer. "What if I can't do it?" he whispered, the fear lacing his voice. But somewhere within, he held a spark, a flicker of the boy who once played in the fields, who hoped for a tomorrow that seemed far too distant now. The clash of steel rang out, a cacophony that filled the air with the scent of fear and adrenaline. Each moment a reminder that history was not just ink on parchment, it was alive, breathing, and it demanded its toll. This wasn't a mere war, it was a fevered dream, a hellish vortex of humanity's darkest impulses. In the midst of chaos, I found myself asking, what lessons would arise from this carnage? Would we ever learn from the blood-soaked earth beneath our feet? A question echoed in the minds of every soldier, nurse, and child caught in the crossfire of ambition and survival. And as the shadows stretched long and deep, I realized that the choices of these three souls would resonate like a haunting melody through time, a reminder that in every conflict, the personal and the political intertwined, leaving scars that would never fully heal. But amidst the fire and fury, hope lingered, like the first light of dawn breaking through the darkest night. The lessons learned in this valley of despair would ripple through generations, shaping the future in ways we could hardly fathom. The Peninsular War, an echo of past tragedies, would serve as a relentless teacher, reminding us of the fragility of peace, the cost of ambition, and the resilience of the human spirit. And as the battlefield quieted, for a fleeting moment, I felt the weight of all their stories pressing close. Their laughter, their tears, their dreams, all of it woven into the fabric of history, an unending loop of anguish and hope.